What is happening, everybody? Welcome back. It is another live stream for you guys. I'm going to try to do these more regularly, man. It's tough because we do the 2-hour show on X and got a lot of other things going on, but I miss doing the live streams, man. Let me know if you guys want more lives too. I do want to get some feedback from you guys as well. So shout out to everybody listening over on YouTube. We're streaming on X. We're streaming on Rumble. We are streaming everywhere across all three platforms. Today, we got some big crypto news we are waiting on. Less than 2 hours away from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who is speaking at 10 a.m. Eastern for the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. Will he talk about a potential rate cut? That is a big question. That is a big question. And we are all waiting to see what Jerome Powell will give us, if anything. Hopefully he gives us something. But prediction markets are swinging back in the other direction. People now betting that we won't get a rate cut in September. The markets, as you all know, do not like uncertainty. Bitcoin has fell down to 112,000. And actually here in the last 24 hours, we actually fell to 111,986. So we actually just did dump down below 112. We're currently right at that level right now, 112 flat, basically. Am I concerned? Not really. I still think we're in a broader, Bitcoin and crypto bull run, but I do think we're going through some uncertain times right now, and people are kind of questioning things, waiting on some good news. We're waiting on some positive catalyst. Obviously, a rate cut would be huge for us. But then we've also got Donald Trump speaking as well today. And this one came out of left field, really. We didn't really know about this. This one just came on the docket. So this is going to be interesting. We don't know exactly what Donald Trump is going to be talking about, whether it has to do with tariffs, whether it has to do with the overall markets at large, anything from the macro environment. I don't think this is going to be specific to crypto, but man, that would be epic if it was. But President Trump will deliver a major announcement from the Oval Office today at noon Eastern, 12 p.m. Eastern. So we've got a lot to kind of keep our eyes on here today. Let's see who we got in the chat, guys. Go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't already. Definitely share the stream depending on wherever you are out there. Share the stream for us. Really, really does help us out. And let's get it popping, man. I want to hear your guys' thoughts in the comment section. Let me know where you guys are coming in from, questions you have, all of that good stuff. And I want to see who we got here in the house right now. Let's see what we've got. What's going on, everybody? What's happening? Love to see it. Yeah, Megatron. So Powell's at 10 a.m., Trump's at noon, all Eastern Standard Time. So let's see, man. We got a lot of great folks in the house. Appreciate you all for being here. What is going on? What is happening? Let's go, man. Love to see everybody in the chat. Love to see it. I'll put myself up here so we've got the comments there rolling in and rolling by. But there are some interesting things happening in the market despite it being down. There's one particular asset that I've been talking about since it was 6 cents when it got listed on Coinbase. Have you guys seen Bio? Oh my goodness. This thing is going parabolic. Bio now at 19 cents. Look at this thing. Here in the last 24 hours, we went over 20 cents. We are now sitting at a $317 million market cap. We first talked about this at 100 mil when it was at 6 cents. It was a $100 million market cap. Now it's 317 million. It is 3x'd since the announcement came down that it was getting listed on Coinbase. Bio Protocol, guys. It's a crypto that is focused in on decentralized science. They also just made some recent announcements that they're going to be basically acting like a launch pad too. So they're going to have some AI agents launching here through Bio Protocol as well. So there are some cryptos still in that 101 to 200 range that I really like. Bio's one of them. We have 3x since we, talked about it and said that I was getting in once it got listed to Coinbase, once the announcement came out. So we kind of front run the Coinbase listing. So congrats to anybody who was all over that. The Yeezy token continues to collapse. My, oh my, man, this has been brutal. The Yeezy token now just getting absolutely decimated down to 67 cents. At its peak, it went up over $3. But this is just a reminder, man. Do not chase all of these shiny objects, especially when they're celebrity coins, celebrity tokens. So I'm glad I stayed far away from that one. Oh, George, we've been talking about the Bio for a while, man. Here's the thing. A lot of people here just listen to me on YouTube. They just know me on YouTube. Guys, if you're not following me on X, you have to. I mean, X is blowing up when it comes to crypto news. We do a 2-hour show every single day. So those people who listen to the Breakfast Club every single day that we do, it's Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 11:30 Eastern. It's in my bio here. You'll find it. We host an X space. We'll be live today at 9:30 on X. So you got to come check it out, George. And that goes for everybody here. Make sure you guys are following me and the Breakfast Club on X because we get into deep in the weeds, 2-hour show every single Monday through Friday over here. So if you didn't know about Bio, that's probably why. I've mentioned it on YouTube, though, too, in various videos. I make a lot of content, so you may have missed it. I know it's kind of crazy to keep up with everything. But, yeah, Bio's been a huge, huge win for us. That's for sure. So super pumped about that. And really excited about just Q4 right now. Quarter number 4 is shaping up to be, exactly what we wanted and exactly, what we thought it could be. I mean, now we'll see exactly how it all plays out, but the stars are aligning for us perfectly right now for a Q4 run. And this is something that, we have been, again, waiting for a really, really long time, and I'm excited, man. I'm excited about where things are heading. I'm excited about, the fact that we're getting into more of a risk on environment, hopefully with rate cuts. We're hoping that we get the rate cuts. A lot of people are talking about rate cuts. I feel like we're close. If we don't get them here in September, I think the markets could tumble a little bit more. But, I've mentioned this, even if Ethereum comes down to like 3,600, Bitcoin comes down to 110, I'm still okay with where we are right now. I'm still okay. I'm still comfortable because the market can move very, very quickly, guys. Very, very quickly. And that's what we can't forget, right? I mean, as fast as things can go up, man, or as fast as things can go down, they can go up just as fast. So I think the United States is getting close to doing that. And we've got a lot of other, positive catalysts from the macro. Obviously, pro-administration in crypto. We got the Crypto Clarity Act. The Genius Act's already through. I think there's a lot to look forward to as we look into Q4. I really do. And we'll go through some of the top headlines. MetaMask is coming out with their own stable coin. That's one of the things that is piquing some people's interest. But real quick, if you're not yet signed up for the free newsletter, make sure you guys do that. It's down below in the description. We're going to give you guys free alpha every single week, multiple times a week. So make sure you guys are signed up for the free newsletter. And we're going to be doing a lot of cool things with that. It's totally free to sign up. Link down below in the description. So check that out. And let's take a look at the latest news. Swift, I've been talking about this for the last couple days, has begun testing Ripple's XRP ledger and Hedera's hash graph for cross-border payments. So this is certainly headline news for sure. We've been hitting on it as well. So that has been definitely a big top storyline for us. And this came in from Real World Asset Watch List yesterday. And Chainlink is a big part of this as well. I put a video out yesterday on why XRP, HBAR, and Chainlink are all some of my favorite cryptos right now to invest in. Make sure you guys check out that video if you haven't already. But it says here, XRP and HBAR have the ability to facilitate fast, scalable, and energy-efficient cross-border payments. XRP known for having almost instant settlement times and strong backing from the banking sector. It handles about 1,500 transactions per second with very little energy use. Keep in mind that Swift right now handles about 11,500 big transactions per day in terms of global payments across the board. And then HBAR uses a hashgraph consensus method to allow more than 10,000 transactions per second while using the same small amount of energy and having strong corporate governance. They're backed by, Google, they're backed by IBM and some other big players. And Chainlink has been crushing it as well, guys. Chainlink has been very, very quietly moving up on the charts. They're forming a lot of strategic alliances and partnerships as well. So very excited about all three of these assets, XRP, HBAR, and Chainlink. And these are three that are right at the top of my portfolio right now. But in terms of, some opportunities in the market right now, XRP is down to 279. This is looking pretty interesting here. On the weekly outlook here, we're basically, down from wicking up to 367, back down to 279. When you zoom out on the weekly chart, XRP still looks phenomenal, right? When in doubt, zoom out. So many people just don't tend to really do this. And we're pretty neutral right now from a technical standpoint. Now, I will say we are getting dangerously close now to giving up our 100-day EMA, which is at 273. But as long as we stay above that 275, I still like kind of where we are right now. But this could be a really nice buy the dip opportunity on XRP. And the 200-day moving averages is something we should definitely consider as well. The 200-day moving average EMA is 246. So if you're really looking to zoom out here, 246 is our big level that we do not want to go under. So anything really above 246 right now and below $3, I think it's a pretty decent opportunity for XRP, especially if you're looking at this longer term and not just looking at this as a quick flip, right? So that's kind of my take there. Let's see if we've got some people with us on X. We do. Make sure you guys hit that repost button on X if you haven't already. Appreciate that. Definitely helps us out. So definitely do that if you haven't already. But yes, Jerome Powell, big speech at Jackson Hole. Donald Trump speaking at noon. So, man, a lot to get into today as the markets unfold. We'll know a lot by this afternoon. We'll know a lot by this afternoon in terms of where we're heading and kind of what the sentiment is after both of these talks, right? So it'll be interesting to kind of see where we lie later this afternoon after both of these presentations and speeches. So Morgan Stanley says CPI and jobs data will guide the Fed, not Jackson Hole. So we'll see. We'll have to be looking at that CPI data and jobs data. Jay Powell's a big data guy, as you guys know. So all eyes will be on that as well ahead of the Federal Reserve meeting. So, yes. Who's drinking some coffee this morning? What do you guys got in your cup? Let me know down there in the comment section. Let me know down there in the comment section what you guys are drinking or snacking on this morning. Thanks so much for joining us too. Saw this yesterday. Look at this. Somebody was drinking a crypto breakfast club, drinking out of a crypto breakfast club mug yesterday. Love to see that. Love to see it. So let's take a look at some other top stories here. We mentioned Swift began testing Ripple's XRP ledger and Hedera's hash graph for cross-border payments. Let's see what else we've got. Bitcoin retail investors leaving the market, crypto quant analyst says. So, according to analysis by Martin, an analyst at the on-chain data platform Crypto Quant, on-chain data suggests a notable departure of smaller investors from the Bitcoin market. See, to me, when I read this, these are people that maybe got into a decent position on Bitcoin, but now just got scared out of the market because we came down from 123 to 112, and they get scared and they panic sell, right? There's a lot of that happens in the markets. A lot of that panic selling is a huge deal, and it happens all the time with retail. The meeting for Jackson Hole and Jerome Powell's 10 a.m. Eastern, and then Donald Trump speaking at 12 o'clock Eastern. So, yeah, those are our two times. 10 a.m. is Powell, 12 p.m., both Eastern Standard. And then 12 is Trump. So both those times are going to be big for us. Guys, if you're on YouTube, make sure you guys hit the like button. I want this stream to pop off. Let's make this stream the biggest on YouTube right now. All right. Hit that like button. Drop your comments. Let's fire it up. I want to get this thing popping. A lot going on. Big day in crypto. And then the broader market sentiment shifts to neutral. This often correlates with price declines and general cooling off in the market. See, this is where I think we are. We're just in a cooling off period. We're still in a broader Bitcoin and crypto uptrend, guys. To me, this is not time to panic. It's honestly time to, really look at what's falling the hardest and shoring up positions, making sure your portfolio looks as if it's ready for that Q4 run. That's how I'm looking at this. That's how I'm choosing to look at this for sure. Let's see what else we have here. VeChain earns academic nod in study on blockchain for seafood industry. Interesting. Let's take a look at some altcoin news. What is the CHAINLINK endgame? Oh, page not found. Why? CHAINLINK is such an interesting play right now, too. I know I mentioned that, but can Litecoin win the SEC approval for a spot ETF in 2025? Litecoin's a sleeper. They could get their ETF sooner than anybody else. Keep your eyes on that. XRP community. What the heck? Why aren't these links working? Come on now. Let's see here. Really? All right, here, let's do this. I want to read this, so let's do this. So that's just you today. Let's go you today. Let's see what they've got here. Here it is. Let's get rid of these ads. David Schwartz, longtime Ripple CTO and XRP architect, teases next week's update for XRP Ledger, and it is independent. So what does he got here? Let's see. Last 3 days look good, and my hub should be ready to be considered in production next week. Let's see. The hub is meant to play a key role. It's designed to help XRP Ledger nodes stay connected, reducing the risk of sudden sync drops and keeping the network stitched together under stress. Since 2012, the Ledger has been operating without pause, and stability has always been one of its main selling points. Adding a hidden layer that strengthens those connections would matter more than a shiny new feature. Schwartz did not give a launch date, but the main point of his update is that the next round of XRPL improvements is already being tested. If the results keep going the way they are, this hub might slip seamlessly into the live infrastructure that powers the network. So some updates coming to the XRPL pretty soon. So we'll see what happens there as well. Let's see here. What else we've got? We are about an hour away from market open, and Bitcoin is tumbling here 111,700 now. Big sell off here. But again, as long as we stay above 110, let's take a look at the Bitcoin chart, because Bitcoin is kind of the market in a lot of ways. So here you can see it. I mean, 110's right down in here, kind of where we closed back in early July. Definitely a huge red week here for crypto. I mean, this has not been good, but we are coming right off of all-time highs where we wicked up to 124, almost 125,000. But this is all driven on uncertainty, with Powell taking the stage today, Trump taking the stage. The one thing in crypto you guys have to realize is you cannot get throttled one way or the other, man. You got to stay even keel, right? If you're freaking out because Bitcoin's at 111,800, like, you're not going to make it. Like, you got to just hang in there. You got to understand that volatility is the name of the game, and we want volatility. That's what makes the crypto market different. That's what separates this market from everything else, honestly. So that's what you got to consider, and you got to understand, right? Appreciate all the people listening over on X and watching the live stream here. If you guys can, if you haven't already, repost this for us. Like it, bookmark it, do all that great stuff if you're listening on X, so more people see us. But guys, this is a normal sell-off, honestly. I mean, we've got a lot of things going against us. The market's on edge right now. That's basically where we're at. The market is fully on edge. We're tilted. They want you to sell your bags. They want you to get out. They want you to, completely leave the markets so the institutions can pick up Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these other assets at cheaper prices. Peter, crypto is not done. We're not even close to being done. What do you mean crypto is done? On what merit? On what merit, Peter? Please tell me. And if anybody agrees with Peter, let me know. Why do you say this? You can't be in this position where you get tilted. Don't let them tilt you. Crypto's not done. We're not even close to being done. Let me zoom out here on Bitcoin on the 1-month chart. This is Bitcoin on the 1-month chart. Does that look done to you? Look at Bitcoin on the 1-month chart. This looks like a unbelievable parabolic run. Are there bear markets in crypto? Certainly. There will always be bear markets in crypto, in my opinion. Will they slowly get better over time and be less dramatic as the Bitcoin price continues to go up? Yes. Remember, we have sovereign wealth funds. BlackRock just became the largest Bitcoin custodian over all other exchanges. We've got the massive institutions accumulating like crazy now. And this news that comes out with Bitcoin and Ethereum outflows on the ETF, guys, we're seeing outflows of $200 million, $300 million. Meanwhile, the Bitcoin volume in the last 24 hours is 60 billion. Like, a $300 million outflow day on an ETF means nothing when the volume's 60 billion. Ethereum's volume's 37 billion. So what's $300 million? That's a drop in the bucket, guys. It's a drop in the bucket. It's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. And this is why you have to see the big picture here and think for yourself. Do not listen to all the noise out there, all the people spreading the FUD. You've got to make your own moves and your own decisions based on your goals. That's one of the biggest mistakes people make. People don't strategize. They just wait for number to go up, and then when number goes down, they freak out. It's because you didn't have a plan. You don't have any goals. Like, what are you trying to do in this market with the assets that you hold? Yeah, you cannot be scared in this market. I agree, Paul. Crypto's just getting started, man. Don't be a don'ter, be a doer. Exactly. Stuck on a plane. What are we down to? XRP's down to 279, Apache. We're down to 279. Remember, our local low's 275, so we're still okay here. I mean, and our 200-day moving average is down there at 243. So as long as we stay above 243, it's an accumulation zone for me. $3, our new psychological level. You know, not that long ago, we were talking about getting above $2 again, remember? Or getting back to $3, right? I mean, people oftentimes forget just, you know, how quick crypto can move one way or the other. See, I don't think Powell really cares about crypto as much as he cares about like his own image. He's definitely probably playing a political game a little bit here. And it's definitely political football in a lot of ways. But I don't think he cares one way or the other about crypto, in my opinion. I don't. Let's take a look at crypto bubbles here. Couple things in the green still. Kronos is in the green. Lido DAO's in the green. This Morpho's up. OKB's had a crazy run. But 101 to 200 is pretty wild, man. Look at Bio. We've got some things moving. White Rock is actually up a little bit as well. But this Bio protocol looks phenomenal right now, still. The market does the inverse prior to these events. Every time they pump it before they dump it, then rip it. Yeah, I'm looking for the bounce today, honestly. I'm looking for the bounce. As long as if we get any kind of good news, I'm looking for a nice bounce. This could be a great trading opportunity, honestly. And you guys know, I mean, my trading software, XT Algo, is right there for you, link down below. If you guys are looking to level up your game, definitely check out XT Algo. You know, on the monthly Bitcoin chart, the last time we got a momentum up, look at this. This was our buy signal. If you're looking at the monthly, this is all XT Algo right here, 61,000. If you'd have bought here at 61K, you'd be up 90% in the last 18 months. This was our buy signal thanks to XT Algo right here. Bang. So the proof is in the pudding. The trading software works very, very well. It's going to give you a ton of insight. You could use it with crypto and stocks. So pumped that I brought this product, you know, out back in 2023. We've got tons of people using it. You could try your free trial. It's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So try it for free, risk-free for the first 30 days for like a little over $1 a day. Use the discount code in the description to check it out, guys. But this is an opportunity. 100% this is an opportunity. Given what we know about risk-on assets, as soon as they start flooding the market with liquidity, we should see the entire crypto market and tech stocks rip again. I think we're in store for at least one more rip, and I'm looking at Q4 for that last rip. And if prices hit my targets, I'm taking my profits on my alts. You guys know Bitcoin is a long-term game for me. That's the only asset that I'm holding, you know, over the next decade and beyond. Things might change with Ethereum and XRP, but as of right now, everything's a trade. And that's one thing I will say. You know, a lot of people on YouTube give you all the hype and pipe dreams, and you know, I'm realistic. You know, I'm telling you guys, I'm being upfront with my goals and my strategies. You know, and so make sure you guys, you know, have your own plans, have your own goals. If you don't have these things set in stone and we get into a parabolic environment, you're not going to know what to do. And you're going to get caught with your pants down. That's what happens. So local bottom for Link. Let's take a look at Link on the charts. If there's any charts you guys want me to look at, let me know. We'll take a look at Link. Link looks really good. This is the Link 1 month. Let's get into the 1 day here on CHAINLINK. So here again on CHAINLINK, our momentum up signal, our buy signal, our last one was at 1989. You're up 25% in the last 2 weeks if you bought here when the indicator told you to. And the one prior, this was the real big buy signal. This is when I started getting really excited. This V-shaped recovery right here, That first momentum up buy signal was down here at $14.25. You're up 73% in the last 44 days at these levels. But if we're looking at, bottoms, I would look at these daily closes right here, 23.58. I'm looking at 23.58. As long as we held 23.58 here, I feel pretty good. We showed some strength here. 23.58 is what I would be looking at on Link. Let's look at the moving averages, though. We're still in a very strong momentum up here on CHAINLINK. Strong buys across the board. Our 10-day moving average is 24 flat, so that's our shorter term time frame. If you're really looking to zoom in, staying above 24 before we lose that 10-day moving average. But I at least would go down to the 20, right? So 22.40 is another level. If we do dip down below that 23.50, 22.40 would be something we want to hang on to. That's our 20-day moving average. But I mean, we're well above our 200-day now, which is down here at 1676. CHAINLINK looks really, really good, guys. And it's holding up pretty well against the rest of the market. If you zoom out here, this is the daily. This was late last year when we were really cooking. We got up to like $31. We wicked up. I mean, we're on the precipice of coming up here and doing that again, getting up there near that $31 level. I think we're going to see CHAINLINK set new all-time highs at some point here in late 2025. If it gets extended into early 2026, I'm looking at Q1 2026. $60 to $80 link is kind of what I'm looking at. And so if you were accumulating down here, congratulations. I mean, there was a huge opportunity down here at $10 for a really long time to buy CHAINLINK. I was accumulating at anywhere from like $10 to $12. I thought that was a phenomenal move. Just because CHAINLINK is an infrastructure play, man. Not going away. And it's got its hands and tentacles all wrapped around RWA protocols and this entire RWA space. XRP on sale. What's up, Charles? Yeah, XRP does look good here. Can Ondo hit 10? I think eventually, yeah. You guys want to take a look at Ondo, take a look at Algorand? All right, we'll take a look at these. If we're going to take a look at all these charts, make sure you guys hit the like button. Let's get 1,000 people on the stream. Right now, we have 787 across 3 platforms. Let's get up to 1,000 people so you guys know how to help us out there. Hit the like button, share the stream on X, get it up. Let's go. All right, let's go. Let's look at the 1 day here on Ondo. So Ondo looks like it could be coming down to potentially double bottom here. 87 cents is our level we're watching. For as long as we close above 87, I feel pretty good here. I don't want to close below 87 cents on Ondo. But you guys know Ondo under $1 for me is a buy. It's a buy zone. Now, technicals do not look great. We're trading below our 200-day moving average. So we definitely have some further downside risk on the Ondo chart. But again, 87.60, 87.50 right in here, this level. If we break this, brace, because we could be heading, back down under 70 cents, which would be a phenomenal opportunity in my opinion. But I'm hoping we don't get there. So here's to hoping we hold 87 cents on Ondo, but still love that one throughout this cycle. Really like Ondo. Remember all of their ties with Ripple, BlackRock, JP Morgan Chase, etc. Algorand. So similarly here, I'm looking at 22.76, 22.85, right in this range. We definitely want to hold this line here on Algorand. Algorand looks very, very similar to Ondo, except right now we're clinging on to our 100-day and 200-day moving averages here on Algorand. So pay close attention to these levels here. 23.58, our EMA 100, and then 23.26. So these are going to be crucial. If we break these levels, brace, because we could be heading back down and testing these 22.8, 22.7 levels. And we'd really want to see a sharp bounce off those levels. I don't see us going down past this unless we get some really negative news and the entire market sells off. But Algorand had a huge jump. Let me look at this. This was the buy signal on Algorand back here at 21 cents. Then we wicked all the way up. In 8 days, went up 58%. And again, XT Algo was all over it. There's a link down below if you guys want access to this. If you're serious about crypto investing and trading, this is a tool that will help you immensely. All right. I'm just telling you guys straight up. And I made it $1 a day with a 30-day money back guarantee. You could try it risk-free for the first 30 days. But this was a huge run, 58% move in 8 days. Love it. Algorand's one of my definitely sleeper plays in the RWA space. And I just think it's undervalued right now. You know, if you look at Algorand, it's still down from its all-time high, big time. Bitcoin is back up over 112, by the way. We're back up to 112.4. So we're getting closer and closer to market open. About 35 minutes away now from market open. What other one did you guys want me to look at here? Let's take a look at Tau, actually, because Tau has sold off quite a bit here. Tau sold off quite a bit. Ooh, Tau's pressing against some very important levels right now. I do like Tau quite a bit, but these levels right now that we are at, we've got to sustain this, like 334, 333. We're on it right now. And we've held this for a really long time. Man, if we break down from here, you know, the potential of coming down below $300 is real here. So hopefully Tau can hold the line here at these levels, but the technicals do not look good for Tau. Our 200-day moving average, though, at 373, we're well below that. So if we show strength here on Tau, get ready, because we could get a momentum up signal here. This could be a really nice opportunity. If we get a strong reversal in the overall market, we could be jumping up from these levels and back up and testing, you know, 456 here. That would be a nice little jump back up on Tau. So I am looking at that as well. Oscar's in the house. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, bro? Fellow content creator in the space. What's up, man? Let's put a little tunes on in the background here. Let's see. We'll bring this down. Trying to find my good one here. Yes. Let me know that sound is okay, guys. I don't want it to be too loud. Let's take a look at SWE. Ooh, SWE's on some crucial levels here too. 332. This is an important spot. We do not want to go lower than this on SWE. Potential to come tumbling down here like 250 is real here on SWE. We're well below moving averages here as well. We're clinging on to our 200-day at 326. So we need to stay above 326 on SWE. Hey, what's up, Michael? How you doing, man? I mean, some of it is Jay Powell, obviously, but I think a lot of it is more macro stuff, man. I mean, like rate cuts are going to be a big deal, but XRP is going to benefit greatly, in my opinion, from the Clarity Act and ETF. You know, we've got what, 10 XRP ETFs filed. So I'm looking at those October deadlines. I think Grayscale's deadline is October 18th. That's going to be a big one. The October 18th deadline is going to be a big one. But overall, man, I really do like, you know, where XRP is right now. I like where we're heading in the overall market. I truly think we're in store for a Q4 run. Crazy thing is here, like retail still sleeping. They're still on the sideline. They don't have the liquidity. They don't have the cash. Jerome Powell is speaking at 10 a.m., not 2:30. That's the CPI data. This is not that. This is Jackson Hole at 10 a.m. So here, let me highlight this one here for you guys. The two big things we're looking at today. Appreciate all the new subscribers too on YouTube. I'm seeing a lot of new people subscribing to the channel. If you're not yet subscribed, make sure you do so. It's totally free. You're going to see my content more often, and appreciate everybody being here with us. Let us know that you guys are in the building. Hit that like button. Share the stream if you're on X. Shout out to everybody listening on Rumble as well. Let's see here. Got 4 reposts on our stream. Can we get like 10 reposts on the X stream? Jerome Powell, here it is. Let's dive into this a little bit. Bitcoin's Jackson Hole test. How hard could Powell's address hit BTC prices? We're an hour away from Powell speaking Friday morning here at the Fed's annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium. By the way, we're an hour away. Traders are preparing for potential downside volatility if Powell's speech is more balanced than anticipated, increasing demand for options. The Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's speech at Jackson Hole approaches. The key question on everyone's mind is how volatile could Bitcoin become? HBAR also testing critical support level at 23 cents. Where's HBAR here? Yeah, we're on that level right now. 23 flat on HBAR. There we go. TT reposted the stream. Let me see some more of those alerts on the timeline here on X. Repost the stream, guys. Oscar's the man. Good friend of mine in the space, too. Sorry. Crypto investing has many levels. Who is the big profit maker? The investor who invested early. Levels and levels. Those who have discipline, patience, and trust in things to believe. Take a closer look at HBAR here. Oh, yeah. Testing support at 23 cents. There's the support. They are right. I mean, we are right on this support, man. Man, I hope we get some good news. There's a lot of charts that look like this, guys, right now. A lot of things just teetering one way or the other. How about this jump from HBAR, though? 17 cents. This top here, 79% move. That was a nice move. That was the buy signal here at 17 cents right there on HBAR. It flashed on XT Algo, our trading software. That was the move. I mean, all these charts show like the best entry points. And that's what the software is going to give you guys. 30-day money back guarantee too. Try it risk free for 30 days. I know I'm hammering this today, but it's a product that works, man. And I'm not selling you something that is like crazy price. Some of these indicators out there, $150 a month. Ours is 37. So check it out. And again, 30-day money back guarantee. But HBAR is a really, really interesting play here. Back under 10 billion too. You know, you got Ethereum obviously still trying to break all-time highs. XRP got close. Crypto Kurt with some super bombs. Flume because of RWAs and ZBCN micropayments. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I like both these plays. I'm actually invested in both of them right now. ZBCN is a little scary to me just because the liquidity is very low. But you can't argue with the chart. I mean, I've made a nice trade on it, and I'm holding a little bit of a moon bag too. Flume I've been in for a while. Let's see. Flume is come down quite a bit, I think. Yeah, it's sitting at 8. It's actually up a little bit on the daily. I bought Flume at 9 cents and 10 cents. So I'm a little down from my levels here, but I mean, this chart is basically at the bottom. Flume is interesting right now for sure. This is the all-time low is 7.5 cents. We're at 8 cents right now. That's the all-time low on Flume. So I definitely like Flume quite a bit. That seems like a very nice value play right now. Very nice value play. Crypto Kurt, appreciate you, bro. Thanks so much for the super chat. And thank you all so much on YouTube. New subscribers, I see you rolling in. People hitting that like button, I see you. And then on the X side, thank you guys so much for liking the stream on X and reposting, resharing. Shout out to our Rumble audience too, man. I had 2 videos on Rumble absolutely popped off, man. So I was pretty pumped about that. Growing the Rumble. Yeah, take a look at this, guys. 46,000 views on this stellar video. 50,000 views on this stellar video. So shout out to the Rumble audience, man. Y'all are showing up and showing out. Love it. Shout out to Rumble. Yeah, we can take a look at SHIB. Let's see here. SHIB's been stuck for a while, man, but we got a little bit further downside risk coming down to 11.8. We do not want to lose 11.8 because then we could go down and potentially give a 0 back. But honestly, man, SHIB does not look good right now. It's down significantly. Now it's down 14% in the last year. That's what's concerning about SHIB, right? Because if you look at like Dogecoin, its counterpart here in the last year, Doge is up 100% in the last year. Right there, 99.63% in the last year. Whereas SHIB in the last year is down 15%. That's concerning. It's drastically underperforming its counterpart Dogecoin. And then like a newer crypto, Pepe, in the last year, it's up 25%. I mean, it's not performing great, but it's up on the year. I mean, SHIB should be up on the year. It should not be down 15%. Volume has been really low, and they need a catalyst, man. SHIB needs a catalyst. Pengu. Let's take a look at Pengu. This could be an interesting play on Pangu here, especially if we bounce off this 29-cent level again. It's feeling a little toppy right now, but let's take a closer look here at Pangu. Yeah, this is a very important level for Pangu too. If we lose this level on Pangu, we could be coming down, tumbling down quickly. This was the buy signal right here at 0.014. A lot of these charts look like this right now, though. Everything is kind of on edge. Good thing is we're still above our 200-day moving average. So if you're really looking at a lower level, I mean, Pangu actually looks decent when you zoom out and look at the 200-day moving average. I know the chart looks like it's ready to fall off a cliff, but if we bounced off the, 0.021 level or a little above that, we're still okay. So, I mean, we're still looking good on the 100-day and the 200-day, which is good. Those are our longer-term time frames for Pangu. Smashed and liked. Diamond Rough, appreciate you for smashing the like button. Always appreciate that, brother. All right, we're 20 minutes away from market open right now. Bitcoin's clinging to 112 too. Keep in mind, J. Powell speaks in 50 minutes. We will be live with our X Space, by the way, too, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So if you guys are already following me over on X, great. You're already ready to rock and roll. But if you're not yet doing so, make sure you follow me and the Crypto Breakfast Club. So you guys are ready to rock and roll over there. We will be live. We're doing some awesome stuff, too. If you want to go to a UFC event, check this out. We have partnered up with VeChain to give away some free tickets to the UFC event. So you don't want to miss out over on the Crypto Breakfast Club. We'll be talking about J. Powell. We'll be talking about Trump's speech. We'll have it all covered for you guys. We'll probably even listen in a little bit to J. Powell if they live stream it, although that tends to get pretty boring. Listening to J. Powell talk about data and more data. We're going to let the data dictate our decision making. Oh yeah, are you? No, I'll be live on my X Space. I'm sure other guys will have it. My buddy Oscar probably will have it. But we'll be listening into it and reacting to it and responding to it in real time, having some fun. So you guys want to have some fun during J. Powell's talk, come over and follow me on X and get ready for the Crypto Breakfast Club. We do it every day, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern. X Space 2-hour show. So Diamond Rough, come over and join us over there if you want, man. It'll be a lot of fun. Data is key, right, Kong? It's crazy, bro. Manu fam in the house. What's up, Manu fam? What's going on? What do you think Stellar will be primarily used for? Lori, it's an interesting point. I think they're definitely a big player when it comes to the RWA space. I think there's a lot of different projects they're going to have their have their use case wrapped into stablecoins and RWA for the institutions. We've heard Stellar could be used for micropayments too. I think that's a possibility. But if you look at some of the news that they've come out with recently, you know, right here, the Stellar network is unlocking the next era of finance, fast, low cost, and built for real world assets. I mean, they're going all in on RWA. That's their mission here. They're going all in on RWA. I covered this news pretty recently. Stellar is now live on near protocol intents, swap from 20 plus chains right into Stellar USDC. This whole idea of interoperability is big. It's where things are heading. You know, one-stop shops. RWAs and tokenization. See, I mean, this is where they're going into, man, heavy. We'll follow build on Stellar, why not? Hey, Clary, with the repost of the stream. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Seems like the market's already pricing in Powell being hawkish. How much further down do you imagine the market going down if he does give bad news? There's no doubt the market's pricing in bad news already. So oftentimes we'll get a reversal. If he says anything positive here, I could see a nice bounce. It's going to be a volatile day, man. I just hope these altcoins don't lose their crucial support. We've got a lot of altcoins at crucial levels of support. We mentioned SWI. We're watching SWI very closely at these levels. HBAR very closely at these levels. Ondo Finance, those three in particular. BitTenzer Tal's another one. Those four, we just highlighted all of those. Those are all just hanging on local support levels right now. So here's to hoping we get a bounce, man. Gemini MasterCard 825.25 XRP. What do you mean, Diamond Rough? Give me more. Give me more. I want more insight there. Justice for the LPA. No one has the answers. Okay. Bio's pumping again, guys. Dude, look at this bio chart. Holy shit. Let me see this real quick. Where the hell is the bio chart? This thing looks incredible. This is when we got in, thanks to XT Algo, 6.5 cents. Bang. 202% move. 43 days. Bio protocol got listed on Coinbase back in early August. This thing has just skyrocketed, man. Almost in the top 100 now, guys, on bio. Crazy. Crazy moves. So, there's your alpha, Jimmy. We were talking about 6 cents bio. Where were you, bro? Always things happening in the markets. The Easy token continuing to look like it's a rug pull, in case you guys are wondering. It's so hard to get in bio at these levels, but look at this chart. I mean, you talk about a reversal. Look at this thing. thing launched in January at $1. It wicked up to 150. This thing's just going, though. Look at that V-shaped recovery happening right now on Bio. Strong buy across the board on Bio. Let's see here. I'm just making a couple plays over here on the side. Welcome into the stream, everybody. If you guys are just joining us too, welcome all new subscribers, new followers on X. If you haven't reposted or reshared the stream, make sure you guys do that as well. Appreciate everybody. Hey, we got 9 shares on the stream now. Can we get to 15 or 20 reshares on the stream? That'd be epic. About 10 minutes away from market open here. 10 minutes away from market open, guys. We'll see what happens right at market open. What's going to happen today? What do you guys think is going to happen? Jay Powell speaking at 10 o'clock, Trump speaking at noon. What are your guys' thoughts? Give me your thoughts in the comment section. I want to hear from you guys. Give me your thoughts in the comments. What's going to happen to the market here with Jay Powell speaking at 10, Trump speaking at noon? Any thoughts on what Trump might have to say? Let's see if we can find anything. Trump speech today. Two major events are likely to drive market movement. Jackson Hole speech, yep. Oval Office. Yeah, we know he's speaking. What's he going to talk about? What if Trump just came out and pumped the absolute hell of the markets with some crazy crypto news? They're not giving up any insight. This was on Truth Social, talking about Ukraine and Russia. Do you think it could be something related to that? Israeli media is now pushing a leak from an American security source that Iran supposedly plotted to assassinate Donald Trump from Venezuelan territory. Wait, what? Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Yeah, they're not revealing the topic here coming up at noon for Trump. Market getting ready to open here, guys. You know what we'll try to do? We'll try to stream the Breakfast Club right here for a half hour. At least when we start it. We're going to start the Breakfast Club in about 5 minutes. We're going to get some insights from some of our friends, some of the people who listen into the show every single day. So you guys are right here in the right place. Don't go anywhere. Keep it right here. We're gonna do a little something different today. We'll try it. Why not? Why not? But you got to hit the like button. You got to subscribe to the channel. We got to continue getting people to roll in here as we try to decide what the hell Donald Trump is going to be talking about today. Let's ask ChatGPT. Why not? What will Donald Trump announce today during his speech? All right, no credible or confirmed sources, blah, blah, blah. There's no official schedule or agenda. Here's what we do know. There are no reputable news outlets reporting any planned major announcements or speech details for today. A widely circulated social media post claimed President Trump will deliver a televised Oval Office announcement today at 12 p.m. Eastern. However, this was posted on a platform often used for speculation. There's no corroboration from media or the White House. Most of today's news coverage focuses on other developments. Trump's prior campaign-style activities in D.C. Okay. No verified information is available about what Donald Trump might announce in a speech today. The claim about a televised Oval Office address remains unsustained. To know for sure, we'd need confirmation via White House communication or reporting from established news organizations. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I wonder if it'll be anything. Who was that? Lisa Cook? Wasn't it Lisa Cook? No, Lisa Cook has not been fired. On August 20th, President Trump publicly demanded her resignation, citing newly surfaced allegations of mortgage fraud. Maybe it's something to this. It could be something related to that whole Lisa Cook stuff. Jerome Powell does not have the authority to fire a sitting Fed governor. It is interesting that Trump is speaking today after Powell. And he knows Powell is speaking at 10 a.m. at Jackson Hole, right? Do we think this whole Trump thing could be related to this? I mean, this has been in the news lately. What do you guys think? It could be. It could be about this. What do you guys think? Cook is cooked. It could be about something. Lisa Cook has publicly stated she will not resign, asserting she won't be bullied into stepping down and pledging to gather and present accurate information to address any legitimate questions. So as of now, Lisa Cook remains a sitting Federal Reserve governor. What do you guys think's going to happen, man? This could be interesting today, man. Like I said, we got a lot of altcoins on edge. Get your blood flowing a little bit this morning, that's for sure. All right, let's see here. We're going to get ready to start the Crypto Breakfast Club. We're going to be streaming that right here. So let's fire that up. Start the space. I'm going to let my co-host Paid take it over here. And then we will join on our end. Let me get that down. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. We're getting ready to start the space here. All right, let's tweak this a little bit, and we'll make sure we get audio fully coming in. Space is started. Let's see here. Space is started. Let's repost this, guys. If you can, come over to Crypto Breakfast Club X page. I'm going to drop this link for you guys. Share this out. Let's get a bunch of people all over from all the interwebs. Go ahead and repost that for me. This one right here. All right, let's spread this far and wide. And let's get in here and talk with a bunch of people, see what the hell they think is going to happen here today with Jay Powell and Donald Trump speaking today. Jay Powell at 10 a.m., Donald Trump at 12 o'clock. So we've got about a half hour before Jay Powell. Let's get some thoughts here from some folks, and we'll start listening in here. And we'll request a mic as well. But yes, if you can, repost this stream right here. I just dropped the link. It's up on the jumbo. Can I pin this or heart it or something? I'll just leave it there for a second. But do us a solid, reshare that for us. All right, here we go. What's going on, guys? Can you hear me okay? We're live here on YouTube. We're live on Rumble. We're live on X, and we're live on the Crypto Breakfast Club. What's going on? Huge day for crypto today. Jay Powell speaking at 10 a.m. Out at Jackson Hole. Then we've got Donald Trump taking the stage at noon Eastern. So huge day here for crypto. Volatility across the board. We're expecting some fireworks for sure. A lot of altcoins on edge right now, holding some key support levels. Bitcoin here at market open, clinging to 112,000 right now. So, man, big day. Hopefully we get some good news. We're trying to speculate on what Trump could be speaking on today. There's no clear evidence right now. There's no clear news on what exactly he'll be talking about. It could be something with the Lisa Cook situation. It is interesting that he's speaking, right after the Jay Powell talk. The timing of it is kind of unusual. So I want to get some people up here, get some thoughts from some folks here on the stage. And again, we are streaming this out all over the place right now. We've got over 1,100 people listening to the space in other spots here across YouTube, X, and Rumble. So shout out to everybody listening. Share the space with us if you can. I also put the space up on YouTube. If you guys can share that link out there. And I want to get some thoughts here as we get closer to 10 a.m. Eastern. Jay Powell going to get ready to take the stage out there in Wyoming. So, yeah, share the room. Let's go. Let's get it. I want to get some thoughts. Pay, do you have any thoughts on this, bro? What do you think is going to happen today with the markets? Jay Powell and Trump speaking at noon. What are your thoughts?
Anything prepared, he's going to be reacting to whatever Jerome Powell does. That's what I think. I think he timed it, like you said, a little peculiar. But if Powell cuts rates, he's going to be like, "Good job, Powell." If he doesn't, he's like, "This guy fucking sucks." So I think that's what's about to happen. That's all I really got. We do have an announcement. We're not doing it now, but next week, Zach, pretty big deal in my opinion, and you know why. But we're not going to announce that till next week. Thank you.
Yes. We will hold that one close, tight to our chest. But yeah, we've got some big news to talk about next week. We solidified something pretty massive, so super pumped about that. Can't wait to announce it officially. We'll say this about it: it's a top 100 project. It's a top 100 project, and they've been around for a very long time. We'll say that. Yeah, get ready for that. All right, so I'm trying to, here we go, adjust some mic volume here. All right, Zach, what's up, man? What are your thoughts today?
Yeah, I think basically on the lines of what Cade was saying, he's probably going to see what Powell has to say and then probably mitigate any FUD, honestly, because I know Trump is a businessman. He probably wants to see the economy be bullish and not the markets crash. So I think it'll be determined on what Powell says. If he's bullish, then I think Trump won't say too much. But if he's bearish, just like Pate said, I think he's going to attack him. So I think overall, because whatever Powell says, he can go against them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope Jay Powell gives us some good news, because I think the market's pricing in like the negativity right now, right? And so I'm hoping we get some positive news, because I do think we could see a reversal. Like, we've seen this play out, right? Where the market sells off ahead of these events, and as long as it's not like, worse than what we expected, we see those nice bounces. So here's to hoping we get a nice bounce here today, and then who knows what's going to happen, once Trump takes the stage at noon. I've been trying to look all morning long on what this could be about, and I have no idea. There is absolutely nothing out there right now in terms of what this could be related to. So I have no idea. Right now. But Mike, welcome. What's going on, bro? What are your thoughts on all this?
Hey guys, good morning. My thoughts are I'm keeping dry powder on the side. If we have a dip, I'll disperse it. If not, I'm just going to sit on my hands and see what transpires over the weekend. I'm going to probably add to HBAR, ZBCN, maybe some more Pengu. And I want to start a bag of Velo. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on that project.
I've heard of Velo. We've had somebody talk about it recently within the last couple of weeks. That XRP guy came in and talked a lot about it for a while. I don't own any, but I'm definitely open to kind of checking it out. But I will say one project that I have, guys, that is absolutely going crazy yet again. Bio Protocol. Oh, baby. Bio. Let's go. This thing's going to be in the top 100. This thing is heading to the top 100. It's ranked 155 right now. Oh, man. 6 cents right before the Coinbase listing. It was hovering down there at $100 million market cap. Now, where is it? Where is it? Why isn't it showing up now? Wait, where's bio? Is it
330, Zach.
330 million? But why isn't it on the top 100? Hold on. I'm looking at my list here.
It's at 152 right now.
152. There it is. 152. That V-shaped recovery looks amazing. Up 202% in the last 30 days. The Coinbase listing got announced in early August, guys. This thing has been going parabolic crazy. Crazy. $330 million market cap. They had some news come out too. I don't know if you guys saw this. They are basically creating a launch pad for decentralized science projects too. And a lot of these are AI agents. Did you guys see this news that came out? So if you go over to their main page, they might even have it posted still. Yes. So keep your eyes on this one. AUBRAI is coming. Our first bio agent launch. The sale's going to last 24 hours. During this time, you'll be able to pledge bio XP and commit bio to participate. So check that out. It's their pin post over there. I'm on my laptop right now, or else I'd put it up in the nest for you. But just go to Bio Protocol's main page, you'll find it. All right, so that could be another opportunity looming. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, we got a bunch of people here in the house. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget to share the space, share the room. Almost 1,200 people listening live right now across a bunch of different channels, X, YouTube, and Rumble. Shout out to our audience on Rumble as well. They've been awesome. But let's kick it over to Mutasco. I want to get your thoughts, Mutasco, on what you think is going to happen today with Jay Powell out in Wyoming. And then Donald Trump, this secret speech that's happening at 12 o'clock Eastern. We'll see what happens. But market's definitely on edge right now. What are your thoughts right now going into these two key events here?
Hey, good morning. No, the one thing I would say about Trump, and it's almost like every celebrity coin. I don't remember, I don't know how many times they have to keep scamming us to, the new next attention. But one thing we all can agree about Trump is that he always wants to be, especially if he hates someone and that person is supposed to be like the topic of the day, he's going to figure out a way. He's a show guy. So that's on the joke side of it, right? So if everybody's expecting Jerome Powell to shake the economy, he needs to figure out something to fit in there. Why couldn't he have done it a week ago? But one of the things that I'm looking for is, whatever it is, if you guys remember when he did his trip to, is it Saudi Arabia? Like, where did he go? He went to the United Arab Emirates and he struck some major deals. So I don't know if he's going to kind of use that as a wild card to, calm the markets a little bit, because he probably, and it also confirms a few things for me, that the administration probably have an idea the direction that Jerome Powell is going to go with a spin, right? He might spin this market and kind of like squeeze it out a little bit. And he's going to inject something to kind of keep it balanced, whatever that is, right? It's all about, everything is a deal for Trump, right? Every single thing is a deal. So he's figuring out a way to keep the market in suspense. And we'll find out if he wins or not. But it looks like Jerome Powell may not be, and I don't think that that's his character, to come out and shock the market on like something surprising that, oh yeah, we thought Jerome Powell was going to be really, really hot on the market, but it looks like he's easing and he's giving signals. He probably doesn't want to do that. So the Trump administration may be trying this to like maybe front run him, or, depending on what he says and how the market responds, Trump's action may be something that kind of stops the bleeding. That's just my thinking around all this. There's really no formula on this. It's just knowing Trump and seeing what he's been doing in the past. The one thing that I would think he might pull off is announcing something significant. Maybe to finalize some agreements on not just we promised to bring $600 billion. As you guys remember, when he did that trip, there was a significant amount of money, like $3 trillion or something like that. So he may pull off something that could make the market think, oh, you know, maybe data centers, AI, manufacturing, whatever that is. But we'll wait and see. I'm ready to hear whatever happens, and we'll see.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, there's a few altcoin charts that are really interesting right now, like sitting on support levels that I'm watching closely, and I'm hoping we can bounce off these. So I'll rattle a few off for you guys. HBAR is holding some big support at 23 cents. SWE is holding some big support here at like 333, 334. So these are all like crucial here that we hold these local support levels. BitTensor Tau, if we could show strength here at like 335, 336, this thing could rip back up to 450. BitTensor has not been volatile in a while. I would keep that on your radar, both short-term, long-term, however you want to play that game. I'm looking at that one. Ondo Finance as well. Ondo sitting at 88 cents. These are four in particular, guys, that are basically like, you know, it's teeter-totter time. Like we can go one way or the other here. So hopefully we get some good news. Obviously we're going to be here for it to see what happens. I'm going to try to find a Powell speech too. We'll try to listen into some of that as well. So we will try to, you know, play that here in about 15 minutes. And we'll keep it rolling here. We got a bunch of people live with us all over the place. Guys, share the space, share the room wherever you are. Help us get the word out. Crypto Confident, I want to get your thoughts. And then Paid, I see your hand up as well. Confident, what's your take on Powell and Trump today, man?
My take on Powell is that I think he's going to be vague in his answers, as he usually is. But I hope that he does mention something about lowering interest rates, because that would be great for the market, and it would help our tokens and coins send. So I am hopeful for that, but I am not going to, count my chickens before they hatch. So let's hope that some good news comes today. And as for Trump, I know he's speaking today, but I missed what is he speaking about today.
We don't know. That's the big question. We have no idea. No major news outlets are keen on what's going to happen either. So we are literally just waiting in the wing to see what happens. Maybe some of that news breaks before the actual speech. We'll see. By the way, I've got Bloomberg TV queued up. We'll listen to the audio version. I'll have it on my phone, and we'll play that through the stream as well, and react to it and respond to it a little bit as well. So we will have that for you. You don't have to go anywhere else to listen to that, depending on where you are. Stay locked in right here. We'll have everything for you. And then if Trump's is going to be public, maybe we'll just stay live for a while and just run that too. So appreciate everybody being here. Share the space, share the room. Let's go. Paid, what's up?
Yo, I mentioned this yesterday, pivoting a little bit, but we'll pivot right back. Yo, Zach, have you been looking at XDC?
XDC is interesting. It's an RWA play. I know about it. Yeah.
No, but have you been looking at it? It's shot up to
Would you look at it?
Top 100.
Say that again? My bad.
No, it's shot up to number 60 on the top 100. About a couple months ago, 3 months ago, it was at like 98 or 100 or something stupid like that. It's at 60 now. So I don't know if we got any news about XDC. I met those guys briefly in Consensus in Toronto. But XDC, that chart looks fucking primed. I don't know what's going on over there. If anyone knows, let me know. But Zach, look at that chart real quick.
No, it does look good. Up 227% here in the last year. That's more than okay. Earlier
and number 60, Zach. That's the thing that's boggling my mind. Number 60, like that's out of the blue, bro. And this shit's been around. This isn't like new. Like it's been here, you know?
No, it's definitely one to keep on your radar, and I feel like that range kind of gets overlooked sometimes. In the top 100. Once you get past 50, you start to have a couple that you like or whatever. I mean, there's a few down in that range that I think are still very interesting, like Injective, Quant down there. Aerodrome Finance is another chart that has looked phenomenal. Aerodrome has looked really good. I still like Stacks too. Stacks is way down right now. Stacks ranked 74. DeFi on Bitcoin, top player there. You've got, the Graph, GRT, and OG AI crypto. It's basically like the Google for Web3 for indexing. They're another one that's interesting down there. There's a lot of interesting plays. Still lingering there in the top 100 that definitely could see some value. Market is turning up a little bit here too, which is good to see. Bitcoin back up to 112.5 right now. We were down below 112 here, guys. Early this morning. Ethereum back up over 4,300. XRP 285. BNB 852. Green on the day right now. How about that, man? BNB just continues to cook. So that's interesting. But let me kick it over to Matt. I see Debbie up here as well. Matt, what's your take, man? Two big things happening today. We're 10 minutes away from J. Powell. We've got it queued up. And then Donald Trump speaking at noon Eastern. So we'll see what happens there. But Matt, what's up, bro? Good morning to you.
Like the guy said earlier on this space, Jerome Powell, he could just come out and just be vague today. But there's really no reason for that.
Is that a cat?
There's a cat here. Yeah.
Was there a soundboard?
Dude,
No,
that was like
cat.
That was perfect timing.
That's a rescue cat. But no, like if Jerome Powell comes out and he's totally vague, like just beats around the bush like he always does, it would not surprise me. But here's the thing. They're on a timeline with Davos, right? Like they answer to the Swiss bankers. So I don't think they have to keep this crypto thing moving forward. Like this is the future. They can only stonewall for so long. They can only manipulate and control the market for so long to let their friends have great entries. So eventually they're going to have to say, okay, look, we've done screwed around enough. Everybody that's in crypto knows we are manipulating the market. There's no hiding it anymore. So their secret is out. It's been out for years. It's like it's pointless to do this now because they're not shaking us out. I mean, they deployed YZY on us midweek. The newbies probably got shook out, but the rest of us didn't get shook out. You know what I'm saying? So like, they're not getting rid of us, and they know this now. And it almost seems like to me that Jerome Powell might just come out today and say, screw it. I'm going to cut the rates in September. Here's the plan. And then we're off to the races. And then Trump comes out an hour later and backs him up and gives him kudos and maybe even keeps him around for another 4 years. So a lot could happen today. It would surprise me if nothing happened. If it was a nothing burger, like his last speech. Remember his last one? He delivered us like a giant nothing sandwich. This time around, I don't think it's going to be that. I think there's going to be some heavy words being spoken today. And if if there isn't, that would just be like, why would they push the ball back a little bit further, right? Why would they kick the can down the road? It doesn't make any sense for them to keep stalling. Like, we know their plan. We're going crypto. We're going to have a Bitcoin reserve. Ethereum is going to 2 or 3x from here this year. It's like, we all see the writing on the wall. The pressure's building. I mean, look at the buying pressure. Bitcoin just dipped. And Zach, get back to what you said earlier about the charts. I was watching Bitcoin in real time, and that thing dipped down to like 111 this morning. So when I saw that, I'm like, oh, perfect. Let their buddies get one last great buying opportunity, And that was almost like a tell. That's like when you're sitting at the poker table and you're trying to figure everybody out, and seeing Bitcoin get down to like 111 this morning. and then shoot back up to 112. I was like, that's probably the signal right there. So in my opinion, just my opinion, and wearing tinfoil hats, right? Like, just my opinion, I think we're going to see some green today, some green charts. Just my opinion.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it, man. 100%. I mean, speaking about, the next FOMC meeting, it's September 16th and 17th. So just to keep our eyes on that, next month, 16th and 17th, Tuesday, Wednesday there. And so, we're going to get data released before then too. So I think this is going to be the old Jay Powell, we're going to have to track the data. We're, because of what happened in this last meeting and the data that came in, we're going to have to continue to monitor the data, and we'll see what happens come September 17th around 2 p.m. Eastern when I decide to, make a decision or not make a decision. And it's going to be data driven, and, this, that.
Every time Jay Powell says, we're playing a game today.
Take a shot every time he says data.
Every time Powell says data today, you take a shot of your liquor of choice, guys. And
we're going to be hammered in 10 minutes, paid.
You think 10 minutes?
I mean,
about 5 minutes, bro. 10?
There's no doubt.
You're generous as hell. I was going to say 5.
Dude, I'll tell you what. If
it's going to be shots of beer, dude, or we're dead.
If the prediction markets don't have that as a prop bet, they are screwing up, man. So if I'm working at Polymarket, dude, I am marketing the hell out of that. What's the over/under set on data today? Like 9.5 over/under data. I mean, I don't know. That would be crazy not to have that on Alpha Arcade if you're using the prediction market for Algorand. Shout out to Algorand, proud sponsor. Like that quick plug there. Look at that, seamless.
That's pretty good.
Seamless.
That's pretty good. You're learning.
Yeah, seamless. Brian, what's up, man? Or no, I'm sorry.
What's up, guys?
Brian, real quick, Debbie, my bad. I skipped over Debbie. Debbie, go ahead.
Debbie, she's going to start saying weird things again.
Ladies first now. Okay, gentlemen?
Debbie, don't say anything inappropriate. We got 1,300 people listening. This is not your average space here.
Excuse me, I'm always, hey, me?
No, wait, no. Don't say
Wait a
always.
minute now,
You
let's
caught
not-
yourself there. You caught yourself right there.
Listen, you drop more F-bombs, okay? You need to borrow soap, young man.
I agree.
Moving on.
You're saying ladies first, but every
Yeah,
Harvard
exactly.
movie you
I
got
am going to be a lady.
He says
All right,
the
let's
F
stick
word
to
more than he
business.
says the.
Let's stick to business, okay?
Let's fucking go. Hurry up.
I am
There it
trying.
is.
Listen, so 2 things. Do I think Powell? I think he's going to be the same old. But I think the flip is, I think that Trump's timing today is perfect. It's Friday. If the markets start to go red, I feel like the timing of Trump coming out is going to be like, he's going to just like, it's almost like giving him like a backhand. Like he's going to say something that's just going to springboard things off, whether it's between Ukraine or something. And I think it's almost like he's just going to backhand Powell because it's Friday. The energy's good. Summer's almost over. I don't know. That's my take on that part. Second, I mentioned it a couple weeks ago. Don't sleep on Morpho. It's up friggin' 3% today, 28% in the last 2 weeks. I feel like they're expanding on their lending options, which I was talking about. Mutasco, remember the other day, I was like, you're like, just hold the Bitcoin, and I'm like, I need money. Mama needs money. But I do think that because they're expanding and they have a lot of legitimate partnerships, it's one to watch, people. Morpho, it's climbing. So don't sleep on it. Thank you, TGIF. My mouth is clean and I'm drinking my smoothie. No beer
Oh my
shots.
God! See, you couldn't even get through that.
No whiskey shots paid.
Nah, I'm a gin guy anyway. It don't matter.
Guys,
Jim, he's in trouble.
we are 2 minutes away from Jay Powell. I've got it queued up, so as soon as that happens, I'll have it for us live. I've got Bloomberg queued up here, so we are awaiting Powell's Jackson Hole speech. But Brian, what's up, man? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, man. Good morning, guys. I'm going to cut in real quick before this speech starts. Zach, you mentioned this the other day, and I think you are so spot on with this take that this is going to be a hawkish, inflation, data-driven speech, typical Powell stuff. Rate cut news and percentages are going to go down. Markets are going to go red. and they are going to drop that surprise rate cut on us and eat up on the longs, man. If you follow the history, the way this market's been moving, I think that's the direction we are going to go, guys. They are going to get us to believe that there will not be a rate cut in September, and then all of a sudden they will drop that and markets will react violently to that news. So I'm all aboard now. I've been looking at previous meetings, data, charts, the way they've been moving, especially ETFs and big money. I think that's what's going to happen. I'm on the sidelines, man. I don't think this is going to be a bullish speech. I think we're going to see some more chop, some more down. I think September going to be a little bearish until that meeting happens. And then we get clarity out of that and we move forward. But looking forward to hearing what he says, because I'm going to be laughing the whole time to see how close it is to Zach Federal Chairman Powell.
Imagine the fucking stream starts and Zach literally just walks on the stage.
Can we get a data ticker? Can somebody have a data ticker? Like a data counter? That would be epic, you know? Ding, ding. It's like the you go to a baseball game, they got the K count, how many strikeouts. Put one on the board every time he says data. Matt, what's up, man?
You have that, Zach. It's the chicken.
Oh,
chicken sound.
yeah. I got to get my other phone. Shit. Because I'm going to be playing the audio through here. Somebody else going to have to play the chicken sound every time he says it.
Imagine he doesn't say it at all today.
There's
What is
no
the
way.
over-under on
There's
that?
no way.
Oh, dude, that's plus 10,000, bro.
Plus 10,000, easy.
I'll put Bitcoin on it.
$100 on that. You never know.
Dude, there's no way he goes through a speech without saying the word data. There's absolutely no shot. There's no shot he says it less than 3 times.
Zach, the data ticker is up on DEX tools at 1 million%. So you're probably already late. So watch out for it. 4 hours ago, there was already a data ticker. So
is it really?
yeah, it's up 1 million%.
Matt, what's up, man? We're still waiting. Oh, wait, hold on, wait.
The long end and the short end reacting here.
Yeah, was it Brian that just said? Brian just said nothing. Like they're gonna juke us out here. They're gonna fake us out. And Debbie, this correlates with both what they said. I forgot to mention, these people, remember, they have humongous egos. They want credit for good things, right? And then when bad things happen, they run like the plague. So I don't know, man. I still pretty sure today, in my opinion, that they're going to finally come together, give us what we want, and take credit for it. Jerome Powell will take credit. Trump will take credit. They'll shake hands, and Trump will be like, you know what? I was going to fire you, but since you told us we're probably going to get a rate cut, maybe you'll stick around now. That's kind of it. Just seems like that's the script that would bring the most attention. So
That's great policy, huh? Isn't that good to know that that's the kind of game they play? That's great.
And it just seems like, Trump talks like he hates the guy, but really, I mean, they probably have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. So, that's, like I said, it's just me. It's just my take. Everybody, more than likely, the odds are, like the Vegas betting, I would say this is going to be a nothing burger. That's the odds. That's the safe bet, right? But I never take the safe play. Otherwise, I'd be all over Bitcoin.
Wait a minute. Here he goes, guys.
When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will
Market's
be.
ripping.
Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially prolonging the adjustment process.
115 Bitcoin, 115.
It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as reflected in market and survey-based measures, appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance.
Oh,
Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC
Pump
members
it.
make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic
two
outlook
for data.
and the balance of risks. We will
Damn it.
never deviate from that approach. So, turning then to my second topic.
Pump it.
Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of...
Get the QuickBooks mobile app.
Oh no.
Simply snap photos of receipts, tap, and sort
from those
What the hell?
I already got QuickBooks. I don't need it.
Which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding
ETH
2
wants
decades.
4,600. Come on.
The importance of anchored
XRP, $3.
Let's go.
To support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a makeup strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change
4,600
in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how
Ethereum leading.
its focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable
Ethereum
level,
clearly
along with
outperforming
inflation running
Bitcoin.
persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as a commitment to permanently forswear preemption or to ignore labor market tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states
Bitcoin bouncing back.
that the committee recognizes that employment may run at times above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook.
No data?
We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor, helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodating during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review
Zach.
every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace.
Zach, can you hear us?
It allows policymakers to reassess structural
Yeah,
features
my
of the
bad.
economy.
Yo, that shit was mad funny. I was watching your live stream and it's acting like nothing's happening. That shit had me crying.
It is also consistent with several global peers.
X out of the wrong tab.
I want to thank President Schmidt and all of his great
These are the
Kansas City
professionals,
staff
you
who
know.
work so diligently
See, I
to
told you he
host
was
this
excited.
outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic.
Bro, that shit was
This is the
mad
eighth
funny, I'm
time
not
I've been
gonna
able
lie.
to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the
So
opportunity
far,
for
Bitcoin got to
Fed leaders to hear ideas from
15.6,
leading economic
15.8
thinkers who
actually.
focus on the challenges we face.
We're at
The Kansas City
114.8.
Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Wait, it's over?
That's it. No questions.
What a Jackson Hole
I like it.
speech that was. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on television and radio, live from Jackson Hole.
Let's hear him react for a minute.
There is they are prepared to move rates lower on the heels of their dual mandate being in conflict. We see a market reaction. We could see 10-year yields are lower by 10 basis points. 2-year yields are down by 10 basis points. So 10-year yields are down by 7 basis points. What you see is a weaker dollar, stronger euro by some 0.7%. Which you can see the dollar just weakening across the board, and you can see that increase.
All right, so it looks as if a rate cut is coming, guys. That's what I gleaned. Let's react to it. Let's respond to it. Let's go. What do we got?
They're going to short us now, Zach. Now he's going the other way. He's going to pump the markets, and then it's going to no rate cut, and we're going to get smoked.
I agree. I think a cut.
Maybe that's what Trump is waiting to announce later.
There's no coincidence. This is all so orchestrated, and so, they knew exactly when they were going to pull the levers. They could do it anytime they wanted. And, the big message that we've all been at here, shouting to everyone, is don't get sidelined. Don't get sidelined, because people are just thinking nothing's coming. And right when you think, right when they, least expect it. But we knew, guys. So, everyone in here knew what was happening.
Love it. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think this is to what we expected, right? I mean, exactly what we expected. They pumped them, they drained the markets. Everybody freaks out. Oh my gosh, look, BlackRock's selling Bitcoin. They're selling ETH. Oh my gosh, this is bad. This is bad. And then here we go, right? We get some positive news. Now all eyes shift to Trump. He'll speak in an hour and a half from now. Nobody has a clue on what he's going to be talking about. Let me see if I can find anything. Let me ask ChatGPT. Any news on what Trump's speech will be about today? If other people want to jump in, please feel free. Go ahead.
I think it's going to be juicy or something positive, personally.
The thing is, do we ever know what he's going to say? I think that's kind of the wild thing about Trump is like we just have no idea what he's going to come up there and talk about, because he'll say just about anything. So
it's never going to be scripted. That's for sure.
Yeah, after Powell's speech, and obviously markets are reacting bearishly as they're leaning towards that signal, the rate cut. I assume that Trump's going to echo that and speak positively upon that. And we'll see, man. This is a big day. This is exciting stuff, guys. I mean, the market's reacting like they did, and ETH shot up $400. Bitcoin shot up $4,000 to $5,000 in a matter of minutes. It just shows you the power that these individuals wield and these institutions have with the money that's coming in and out of this market.
No doubt. Bitcoin pumping back up. We're up over 115 again, 115.2 right now after Jay Powell's speech. He's done. It looks like, if you guys are just checking in, it looks like we're going to get rate cuts here in September. We got a ton of people flooding in on Rumble, YouTube, X. Shout out to everybody listening. Tons of people joining us here, listening into the Crypto Breakfast Club. So appreciate having everybody here. Let's see, Matt, what do you got, man?
That might have been like his most powerful speech so far. I mean, without giving, details. I mean, he as far as I could tell, man, he went pretty deep. He pretty much said what I was hoping he was going to say without giving exact numbers. You know what I mean? On a rate cut. So, I mean, hopefully Trump piggybacks on that perfect, and this momentum continues in the market for crypto. Because if you look, I was watching Oscar Ramos. I'm sorry, Zach, I couldn't find your channel quick enough on my TV. So I popped up Oscar, and it looked like Oscar showed on a chart that the dollar was collapsing the minute Jerome Powell started talking. And that right there was so freaking awesome. Because let's face it, if you're looking for a hedge against inflation and against the dollar like just crashing, where is it? Today, it's not in real estate, is it? It's not like in automobiles, or it's in technology, AI, gaming, and crypto. So it's in the tech. And with the dollar collapsing, more people see that. That's something that like boomers and Gen Xers like myself, that's something that we notice. You know, we might not notice a crypto chart going way up or way down, but we'll certainly notice the dollar crashing and what happens when that goes on. Like food keeps going up, right? I mean, everything is just pointing to people need a hedge against inflation. And that is the indicator, I believe, that's going to force so many regular, ordinary people around the world into things like crypto, AI, you know, the tech industry, because they're waking up finally and they're realizing, man, if I sit on my money, I'm not going to be able to eat supper next week. So they're going to have to look elsewhere, look for new options that they've never entertained before in their lives. And it's all pointing this direction. And Jerome Powell actually, like, he may not have come out and exactly said that, but it's almost like he did phase one of the roadmap for it. And that's pretty much my take on what he just said.
Love it. Yeah. Anytime, you know, dollar goes down, risk on assets go up. So, I mean, across the board, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, even some tech stocks looking very, very juicy right now. I am very interested to see what Trump is going to say here. Some people chiming in over on the YouTube side. Trump to lower tariffs on China could be what he discusses. If Trump starts talking about war in Ukraine and Russia, it could reverse. A lot of different opinions here. Could Trump announce the end of the war? I mean, who knows here? I mean, literally, we're all just kind of waiting now for the next hour and a half to see what Trump is going to say here. Nobody has a clue. I just looked. There's no news that I can find related to what's going on here. So, Mike, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think there's also some really good key metrics towards like altcoin season. Obviously, like Bitcoin dominance continues to drop at 58.2. The M2 money supply still looks good in comparison to the Bitcoin chart as well. Fear and greed is low, which means we got room to run as well. So overall, I'm pretty bullish.
Yeah, man, the stars are aligning. You know, like we've been talking about, the stars are aligning perfectly for a Q4 run, right? If we get the rate cuts, I think we're going to get more than one, probably two, right? Even if it's 225 basis point cuts, okay, that lines up perfect. Then you've got the Clarity Act coupled with ETFs, right? So you have the macro working in our favor, you've got the regulatory side working in our favor, and you've got an altcoin market that has just been primed and ready to go. So, again, what I always say, have your targets, prepare now, because there's no time to prepare for when we get into a parabolic run. I'm just saying. And if you're trying to respond and react in real time, you're going to get wrecked. You're not going to make the right moves. You're not going to press the right buttons. So, map it out now if you don't have it already mapped out. Map it out now. We got a new speaker, Jay. Jay, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? I was just going to add, like, I mean, other than talking about something negative with war and all that, I mean, Trump ain't going to say really anything negative towards crypto. You know, he might say something that'll make it pump like fucking crazy. But yeah, aside from like you were talking about, like just certain key subjects, if it's just like some negative news breaks out or something, that might really fuck things up today.
Yeah, let's hope it's something solid. I mean, knowing Trump, he doesn't really go out and make a whole spectacle if it's negative. You know, that's the other thing too. He doesn't come out and make it a whole spectacle. He'll drop it or whatever. If this was something negative, you know, he would probably drop it on a Friday, but he wouldn't hold a presser. You know, it would just be like a Truth Social post, whatever, move on, you know, and hopefully everybody forgets about it by Monday. That's something they always do, right? They drop some bad news late Friday, and then they're like, okay, go drink your beer, have a barbecue, and it's back to life on Monday. You know, that's the shit they do. So, to me, if he's holding a presser here, he wants to make it a public spectacle. He's got something. He's got something that, you know, he's hyping up a bit, whatever this is, right? That's my take.
Zach, could it be, have they appointed Jerome's what is it, Shadow Fed Chair or something? Has that been announced or?
I don't think so. I originally thought
That?
it could be. It could be. Yeah, it could be. I originally was thinking too with the whole Lisa Cook situation.
Ah, yeah.
You know,
Yes.
and that's kind of related to Jerome Powell and works alongside him.
That was the mortgages and that, yeah,
Could be
absolutely.
something
And that's
like
not going
that.
away. That's not going away. So they're putting the pressure on.
And we
And
know he's all about the whole draining of the swamp. Like I could see him making a spectacle about that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see.
I think that's a good shout.
But I feel like he's not going to kill the momentum right now, you know, where it's kind of dovish. He wants to stay on a high note on a Friday, you know?
I'm sure Eric Trump, his son's calling him and say, hey, you know what? My sweet bags are pumping, Dad. Don't F this up. All right? Don't F this up. Whatever you're going to do, you know.
Well, isn't there something happening with World Liberty Finance though? Were you guys talking about that next week or something?
Let's see. I think what Coinbase said they're gonna list World Liberty 5. Is that right? Did I read that right? Hold on.
A stable coin, Zach, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, yeah, you're right. It was a stable coin. You're right. You're right. Let's see here. This says World Liberty 5 could launch next month. 205 million USD1 was minted yesterday for World Liberty 5 Treasury. Billions in WLFI are being transferred to BitGo. Also in 2025 July, World Liberty mentioned the 8-week timeline, which will end next month. So there's that going on. Let's see if the World Liberty Fi official account has anything. Nothing. Nothing since August 20th. So they haven't posted for a couple days here. So we'll see. Let's see. Anything else? I don't think so. Not that I can find here. August 16th, NASDAQ exchange said Eric Trump and Zach Witkoff announced World Liberty Fi's entry into public markets in partnership with Alt5 Sigma at NASDAQ, unlocking the direct access to mint and redeem their USD1 stablecoin and expand the digital asset ecosystem through cutting-edge technology and innovation. So that's what we got on that front right now, at least. Anybody else have any takes on what this could be about it, or is anybody seeing anything? I can't find anything right now. No official information available from any of the major news outlets.
So when Jerome Powell said, he's going to look at policy adjustment, I think Trump is probably going to really hit on that one, because that, for sure to me, like I think everybody else too, right? It does sound like a rate cut, at least one. But he's probably going to hit on that one. But you guys are talking about everything. Like, dang, his World Liberty, crypto, his kid, well, both his kids, Eric and Don Jr. I mean, Deb's right. He's probably getting phone calls right now saying, don't screw this up. Or if Deb said that, I can't remember who said that. But it's probably, and here's the other thing, Trump, does he really read from like the machine? Does he really do the teleprompter? He kind of fires from the hip, doesn't he? So man, this it's anybody's guess, but I think he's going to keep the bullishness going personally. I don't know what he's going to talk about, but I think he's going to keep the bullishness going. I think this thing's going to last all through the weekend. I mean, obviously there's going to be pullback, but I think he's going to keep this thing going.
I'm all for it, man. ETH back up over 4,600 too, guys. Looking really, really strong. Slow build back up on XRP. Looks really, really nice here in the last 20 minutes. We did wick back down to 295. Now we're back up to 301 here. A slow grow on XRP. Back up over $3 right now. Ethereum up over 4,600. Bitcoin flying high again. 115.7, 115.8. This is the peak high of the day. So Bitcoin looking phenomenal here as we continue to see the effects after Powell speaks. And I just hope I honestly, if this was something positive to the whole tariff China deal, man, I think that would be the biggest catalyst. To me, I think that would be the biggest catalyst. Like that would send Bitcoin to 120,000 today. I think Bitcoin goes to 120K if he comes out with some great news on the tariff front. I'm hoping it's somewhere in that range. I don't know where everybody else sits on that. But go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Zach, I'll chime in on this. I think, dude, you're spot on, because that will coincide with the uncertainty that Powell spoke about in his speech. If Trump comes out and says, hey, we're going to work on a new deal or settle these tariffs down, that will only add fuel to the fire for the rate cut, as inflation uncertainty will lower. And if Trump comes out and he gives a bullish speech either on those tariffs, on growth, all these different things, rate cuts, I really think we got a chance to see Ethereum all-time high in the next 24 hours, guys. I really, the way it's moving, we're less than $300 away. Buckle up, dude. I'm not locked in for this Trump speech like never before. I'm just sitting here hunched over my phone, just like, oh my God, what's he gonna say? Do I take out a long?
We'll have it for you guys, by the way. We'll have it for you. We'll find it.
As we were all listening, I was thinking that. Do you remember those films when like people would be like huddled around the radio, for the like in England, you'd have like the Queen's speech, and like families would sit there, and wait for it, and I just feel like we're all just sitting there like with our, what is happening. It was like that. Really, I think we're going to remember where we were, guys, on this day. I really just feel like this is going to be an important day.
Like the fireside chats.
Yep, FDR. That's what I was thinking too, bro.
Oh man, I used to troll those things so hard.
Not you, Jay. There's no way, bro. Debbie, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
nope.
My bad. I thought I saw your hand up. Oh, Matasko wants back in here. I wonder where he went. Let's bring him back up here.
Hey, Zach, when do you think was the last time that it was like this? That we're sitting on the edge of our seats waiting for some kind of speech like this, and then waiting on Trump. It's like you can feel that it's about to pop.
Bitcoin,
like,
Bitcoin just popped.
Right there.
Bitcoin just popped 116, guys, and flying. Let's frickin' go. No, 100%, Brian. Well, here's the thing. I think today could address the two big uncertainties, right? Like we were wondering, are they going to cut interest rates? That feels like check the box. Now, based on what Powell said, the only thing that was holding him back is the whole tariff and the uncertainty there. If he comes out and gives positive news around that, it is, another check the box moment. And I think this thing's going to continue throughout the weekend. And then all of a sudden, things are going to break loose for us finally. Mutasko, go ahead.
No, you guys got what you wanted. I was listening to this guy. I listened to him a lot. He's a hedge fund guy. He was talking about, he was on Bloomberg and talking about the economy is innocent until proven guilty. And he highlighted 3 economies, right? He talked about exactly what Jerome Powell was talking about. Because it's all about the policy. But the market got what they wanted. But we went into the speech not knowing the direction he was going to go. Just, if you guys remember what he stated, he specifically said the emphasis was on the labor market, right? If you guys remember, you and I were going back and forth on this. He kind of minimized the tariffs and inflation. He also said there were 100 basis points, if I had him correctly, 100 basis points away from the Fed's neutral position. What else do you need, right? So if it's 100 basis points away from the neutral position, that means the Fed needs to start reacting now. You don't wait until it's like, oh my gosh, we're late, right? So he's trying to tread carefully, but he's also probably giving the right signal. And I'm not surprised that while he was speaking, the market was moving, because 80% of the trades on Wall Street literally driven by bots. So these bots were pre-programmed to pick on certain signals. So what you want to see is to watch the market. The market will tell you everything you need to know about the speech, right? In aggregate, Jerome Powell just surprised the market because they didn't expect him to be this clear, even though he was kind of treading along the lines, right? One data point I'll give you is in 2008, and this is from listening to this guy speak on Bloomberg, he made a really important data point on employment. He said, college graduates. So look up this number, like on college graduates, like the 29-year-olds, right? Their employment numbers, right? In 2008, it was about 6.8%, right? In 2004, we went up to like 15.3%, right? And now we're like at 4.8, 4.9%, right? That is not good, right? Because it's almost like if we were to keep going up, which is what Powell is trying to speak to, generally, I'm just picking on just college graduates unemployment numbers, right? So if you're going to compare that demographic and say, well, is it bad? Is the labor market actually cooling down? Because Jerome Powell is specifically addressing that. And if you guys remember, I've said this about the acronym HOPE, right? Housing, new orders, profits, employment. Employment is usually the last leg to fall when it comes to giving the Fed the confidence to either pivot or not pivot. So hearing Jerome Powell emphasize on employment, right, and minimizing the effects of the tariffs tells you all you need to know. Now, I go back to what I said about the economy is innocent until proven guilty. That means, guys, it's going to keep running hot throughout the end of the year. Now, there will be dips here and there. There'll be curveballs left and right. But generally speaking, I'm happy. I'm happy about what he said. He's probably also trying to play a trick on Trump because based on what the timing of Trump's speech, he was ready to go all in on anything that would maybe, minimize Jerome Powell's speech today. So maybe Jerome Powell had the first say, and he figured out a way to say, you know what, let me diffuse Trump a little bit, right? So we'll see what Trump says next. But guys, remember, these were all strategically aligned, and some insiders already probably knew what was going to happen, and they positioned accordingly. Now, if you're already in the market, watch what he just said and understand that equities are not going to just dump and go to zero, okay? We're going to tread up towards the end of the year. I see that, and I still see Q4 as bullish. It reminds me of 2021. Everybody was so depressed and the drama and everything in June, July, August, September. And guess what? October, November, guys, Shiba was blowing up, right? I mean, you guys remember the listing on Robinhood, right? So you're not seeing signals on some of these exchanges picking and choosing certain tokens to put in. They're already pre-programming what's about to happen. Did you read the report from Coinbase about alt season, right? They kind of picked up the data and they showed the volume, the activity. And this is all planned, right? And we're going to see alt season kind of pick up. And I think Benjamin Cohen was right also because that dip, he called it. He called it on Ethereum. And this guy is always spot on. But I just don't like him because of the Bitcoin maxi stuff. But he's always very spot on. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with Jerome Powell. I like what he said. He's stubborn, but it's kind of shocking that he sounded so pleasing. I'm actually surprised. And that's why the market is acting the way it's acting. But remember, these are bots, right? The bots are going to respond, take their profit, and then the market's going to cool off. I wouldn't be concerned, right? And we'll see what Trump says.
Love it. Just got some headlines for you guys, too. Just some things that are in the news right now. If you guys haven't shared the space or shared wherever you're listening or watching this, definitely do so. Appreciate you all for being here. Couple headlines, though. The DOJ, Department of Justice, announced that it will no longer prosecute developers who build decentralized crypto platforms in good faith. Writing code alone is no longer considered criminal intent, marking a major shift from prior enforcement. This includes dismantling the DOJ's crypto enforcement team and the SEC stepping back from several cases. Obviously, bullish news there. Peter Thiel, billionaire who built PayPal, he's buying Ethereum. So he joins Tom Lee and the Ethereum craze. Then Bernstein, which is a popular news outlet, mostly in TradFi, but they're covering crypto now too. There's a particular analyst there that forecasts Bitcoin's bull market could extend well beyond historical 4-year cycles, calling Bitcoin's bull run for extending into 2027, potentially peaking near 200,000. This optimism is supported by regulatory tailwinds like the Genius Act and Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. I'll add personally, the Clarity Act is a big one too. There was maybe one other piece. Let me see. No, that was about it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So again, we're about an hour away, give or take, about 60, 70 minutes away from hearing from Donald Trump to see what he's going to talk about today. If you guys are just joining us, depending on where you guys are all at, we got some huge positive news from Jerome Powell about interest rate cuts. And that, to Mutasko's point, it's the most clarity we've ever heard from Jerome Powell, maybe ever, honestly, in terms of what he's going to do or not do. And it feels like the markets are loving it. Ethereum, 4,600 and pushing right now. XRP, 302 and pushing. Dollar collapsing. Bitcoin pressing up against 116 as we speak. So huge day for crypto. Thank you guys all for being here. It's freaking awesome. Make sure you guys share the space and all that. Zach, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zach, can you put a post out about that? Whatever that article you just said, I think the DeFi exchange, or send it to me. I think that's big news, and people need to know that for all the builders in the space. I forgot exactly what you said.
Yeah, here,
but that's
bullish.
I'll
DM this to you right now, bro. Here, hold on. Let me see here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep, I got you. It came out from Reuters, too, so good outlet, too. There you go, bro. Just sent it to you.
Awesome, thanks. TG or text? Oh,
just send it to you in
Twitter.
Yeah, on X. Mutasko, do you have your hand up? Go ahead, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Headphone. No. I was gonna say that you guys remember. I think Zach, you and I talked about this before. A lot of people are kind of reporting on the government tracking transactions and all that. If you look at Coinbase and the forensic companies that they bought, right? You could say that, maybe put your conspiracy hat on and say, well, it's just for them to help the government track people's transactions. But on the other side, I think the bill that I think it was the Biden era that kind of expanded who a broker dealer is, and then took it into crypto DeFi, and that was a little bit too much for the industry in terms of IRS rules. And I think the Republicans led a bill that nullified it. It was under the Congressional Review Act, CRA, and Trump signed it. It was probably one of the first, I think it was on April 10th, that he did sign that bill into law. So kind of like writing off anything related to who a broker is, how taxes are reported. If you guys remember, in a year before, 2 years ago, we were looking forward to 2026 having to be forced to file a form called 1099-DA is what's called. Just look it up and you see. But that's all kind of put in the trash right now. So structurally speaking, that in itself was so broad that it was going to affect DeFi. Now, I'm bullish on all the DeFi protocols. I think Debbie was talking about Morpho. Think about Moonwell as well, right? And all the Uniswap base, like Aave, Compound, all these protocols that are providing. I mean, some Bitcoin maxis are actually looking into these things, right, to figure out a way to borrow off of their Bitcoin. So the utility and the demand in that sector is blowing up. And who else is playing in it? The Trump family, right? This is probably the one of the, and this is, I'm probably going to get some attacks on this, but I'll say it out loud. If you ever think about having skin in the game, right? As long as I've been alive, right? Every president, there's always a group of people that have some influence because they have skin in the market and they influence policy, right? But what we don't know is usually the figurehead, which is the president. It's like, yeah, the president is saint. Yeah, the president disclosed his investment. Yeah, the cabinet is not invested in that. And everybody seems to accept that. But on the back end, they're doing dealings and everybody else gets screwed. You know what I prefer? Everybody knows who Trump is. Yeah, everybody's corrupt. That. Yeah, I like that. Okay, while it's bad, I don't care. As long as I'm awake and know that he's playing the game. And the reason I'm saying this is he has skin in the game. Okay, there's conflict of interest. Who gives a F, right? If he's gonna dump the market, you probably get hurt first, right? And so for me, I'd rather take this than the hidden fake. We're saint, we're clean, we're not trading on, the regular guy. No, I'd rather follow the administration that is invested in crypto. And I'm speaking for me, by the way, right? Because I'm invested in crypto, right? I'm awake and I see that the technology is big deal. It's going to destabilize banks. I know that. And I'm watching it play out and I'm invested in it. Now I have skin in the game. I don't have to be BlackRock. I don't have to be some hidden campaign donor that never gets seen, right? They call it dark money, right? And these people have always extracted the system on the back end. And what we hear is that usually the president, they signal some messaging. We're going to crap down on corruption, but then they're doing corruption, right? We're going to make sure the little guy gets a say, but they're taking it away, right? We're going to make sure the markets are competitive, but we don't see it ever happen, right? Crypto is probably one of the most singular, accessible asset class for anybody, right? Yeah, you can choose not to study it. That's on you, right? It's not on anybody that is participating in the market. Now, if you take the time to study it, you would at least invest in it. And if somebody who is the president and the president's family is invested in it, where do you think the market is going to head? If it collapses, they will collapse big time. So we'll see how he plays it. So I'll rather choose this than the Nancy Pelosi and all the people that they trade on everybody, but not their constituents, right? And this is on both sides, by the way. Both Republicans, Democrats, they've been doing this for decades, right? I'm just glad that I get to buy into an asset and not have to sit on my butt waiting for them to list it somewhere on NASDAQ or some crap exchange before I buy it, okay? I get in first and I love it. Pump my bags. I don't care. Just pump it. And if you're going to print money and that's going to push the market up, I'm waiting for that to happen. Go ahead and pump and print the money. I don't care, right? Those that don't understand the hidden pain on inflation are going to get wrecked, right? Because your W-2 is not going to save you. It will only leak you 2% because Jerome Powell has just telegraphed, said, yeah, we're hitting the 2%. Well, 2%, we shouldn't even have any inflation at all, right? Why should you leak your money by 2%? Because the government is printing it. And that's just my view. By the way, this is not financial advice. I'm invested in crypto. I'll continue to be in this space because I believe that it has given me access that I wouldn't have gotten if this entire sector didn't exist. Okay, yeah, I'll invest in Wall Street, but maybe through my 401k. And guess what? Somebody's going to charge me a fee for that. And that's a leakage. That's actually fee on my investment over time. So I'm very happy that I get to participate in this market. And anybody in this space, take this and at least learn about crypto. Otherwise, you regret it.
Love it, man. Love the breakdown. Love the breakdown. We got a bunch of people joining us now too. Crypto Moses up here, Tyler up here. Crypto Moses, what's going on, man? And I see Mike too.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Zach. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Isn't this great news? Great start to the market today.
Hell
it's a
yeah,
beautiful day.
Hell yeah. Now we await Trump. We're an hour away from that. We'll see what he's going to drop. What do you think?
I mean, I'm assuming, right, everybody? I'm just assuming, but I'm assuming it's going to be positive news. Trump is really embedded into the crypto world with his token, obviously. It was hitting some... Yesterday, I got a beautiful short on it, and today, now it's back up to the longs, right? So I do believe that today he's going to try to utilize the space to put as much more positive narrative as possible. And that's just my guess. He could have some reason for some negative news to fix something in the longer term, like some backup idea. But I do believe with what's going on today, because like everything pumped. I mean, like, dude, we had like an 8% pump in just Doge, 4 or 5. I think 4 or 5 on BTC, maybe 2, 3. I haven't looked at BTC, but it's just going crazy. Yeah, ETH is at 45, Bitcoin's at 115, just so fast. Crossed over 116 even. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And ETH is pressing up close to those all-time highs yet again. We've been knocking on the door. Maybe today's the day. We're about 5.5% away from all-time highs, guys. 4891 is what we need. 4891. Keep in mind, pinned up on my profile, by the way, if you're not yet entered in that contest, make sure you guys do that. I'm giving away $500 in ETH to a lucky winner. Whoever picks the right day where ETH hits an all-time high. And if there's a tie, we'll pick one of the lucky winners from that tie. But might be a good time to get in there, obviously, because we're getting damn close to it. So, no, but yeah, we're fired up, Mo. I mean, it's beautiful, man. We're finally to this point where the stars are aligning for us. It looks good, man, for a Q4 bull run. Really.
100% agreed with that. And if you think about everything that's occurred in the last year, like this is the chance for it to, like, bro, we broke all-time highs 2 or 3 times this year alone with BTC. I think it's 2 times. 2 times alone this year with Bitcoin, right? Ethereum almost did recently. XRP's done it twice.
Oh, did we lose you? You still there?
Phone call. Yeah, a phone call came in. There we go. Can we hear me again?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, so like ETH almost hit all-time high. XRP did break all-time high twice, right? Once in November and once now. So like you guys, this is the perfect setup for Solana broke all-time high when Trump launched the token, right? So like everything is breaking its old barriers, and it's showing you how much more crypto is being used. Because here's the thing, you guys, in 2017, if Bitcoin did not break a high, nothing else could ever move above that. Like it didn't work. It wasn't a thing, right? But now that everything kind of has its own separate utility, right? Like a lot of people are using XRP for one thing. Solana's being used for meme coins a lot right now. Ethereum is still in that same notion, and people are using it for more of the smart tech contract. So realistically speaking here, these anomalies are going to continue in the market, and we don't know where, like Ethereum could hit, something cool could come out on Ethereum where there's enough notion and like enough publicity where it could hit, 8, 9K compared to everything else that might not move as fast, which is so awesome to finally get that in the crypto space, because only valid markets can do that, right? Like only the realist markets have that much freedom to separate the assets from each other like this. So this is probably the best thing to happen in crypto in so long. And I personally believe everybody should have a investment portfolio for a retirement fund. Like I DCA into BTC, right? I put some in my normal fund, right? Just because it's always what I've been taught. But now I've allocated about 50% towards just DCAing into Bitcoin every month, right? And then just in the long run, I'll have I call it my like long-term stable bag, right? And it's not stable, obviously, it's Bitcoin. And I've also started adding some ETH and some Solana. But then this way, you never know. Solana could hit $800 one day. I could 5 to 10 to 20x my investment just because I'm DCAing into it and I'm benefiting from all these market movements and all these news information. So that's probably like give everybody a recommendation to play the market right now, because you don't want to miss this bull run. Like you do not want to miss this freaking bull run, you guys.
Let's go. We are gassed up here on the Crypto Breakfast Club, man. Make sure you guys share the space, share the room. If you're listening on Rumble, YouTube, X Live, we got tons of people with us all over the place. Appreciate everybody being here. So I did get a little bit more new information here. What Trump might talk about based on recent activity. So I mentioned the Lisa Cook stuff, but so it says Trump has recently claimed success in revamping safety in D.C. He referenced a crackdown on crime, his federal takeover of metropolitan police operations, and stating that his actions encourage people to go out to dinner again. These developments suggest he may highlight law and order achievements, potentially. Foreign policy and economic framing. Trump continues to push for a resolution to conflicts abroad, especially regarding Ukraine. He recently mentioned that within 2 weeks, he'd know whether peace is achievable, hinting at a potential shift in approach if not. So a couple other things, that could be what Trump talks about. What we do know is it's confirmed he's going to speak at noon Eastern from the Oval Office, as long as it's live stream, which I think it will be. We'll be able to find it. We'll be right here with you guys, so don't go anywhere. Unknown official topic and agenda remain undisclosed. So we're still speculating right now on what this could be about, whether it's crime in D.C., public order, foreign policy, anything of the sorts is kind of on the table right now. So yeah, anybody's guess is as good as mine right now. Debbie, go ahead.
Well, just reading too that Canada removes the reciprocal tariffs on U.S. goods. So that's another bullish point for today on this Friday.
Yeah. Shout out to Chris O'Connor just mentioned that on X on the live stream too. Yeah, just saw that come across.
Sorry, I also agree with you about the DC, because then they raided that other guy's house last night. That was his name, Jim Bolton or something, looking for files. So he could be just like literally cleaning up DC, and just so it could be, and that's bullish too, because it's the capital and it's looking pretty shabby.
Yeah. No, I think and it could be a number of things, honestly. It could just be like, hey, I got some things to say, so I'm going to go on and talk today at noon about a bunch of shit. Like that's the thing with Trump. I mean, it could just be that, Tyler, go ahead, man.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Good morning. Brother. That's where I'm at. So I was just listening to Tasco, and it just kind of sparked some things into my mind about, people in the market and et cetera. This isn't the FUD, nothing at all. It's just this kind of like history and stuff. But I don't know if people know this, but Trump used to be anti-crypto. I would say, at least I would say he was anti-crypto. He used to say all the time, Bitcoin is going to zero. It's a scam, et cetera. However, I think that what's made him become part of crypto is, because Eric Trump and Don Trump Jr. talk about it quite a bit. Just recently too, they were speaking with someone on Fox and Friends or someone in Fox, and why they were basically kind of forced to get into crypto. And this is what makes it bullish for me in the long run, because of like just what cryptocurrency is and like why they got into it. But the reason why they got into it is because the big banks, they shut them down. They basically took all their accounts and said, nope, can't bank with us because you wear a red hat that says "Make America Great Again." And so that kind of just like put them to be part of crypto, like to be part of, and to basically bypass those big banks. And then you can go find those interviews. They're really actually quite interesting because they talk about their US dollar coin and how it's like becoming like the number one. But I don't know. This I don't know what exactly Mutasco said. That just kind of that's what sparked this to me to say this. But just keep in mind that it is the future. I don't even say it's really a future. It's the present. It's here to stay, and it's great to see all this stuff happening right now. And I actually last night this is not financial advice, but I took my ADA and I just swapped it for SNCC. Because I feel like that's not really it's almost like buying SNCC is also buying ADA in my mind. But yeah, no, it's a very positive thing to know that crypto is going to be the future. There's great things going to be. I don't know what Trump's going to talk about, but it's just the fact that knowing that Trump used to not even be a fan of crypto, and now look where he's at. He's signing all these things. That's bullish. That's super bullish to me. But yeah. I'll drop down, give someone else space to talk. I got to get back to work. I'll still listen to y'all. But yeah, y'all are great. Have a great day.
Tyler, appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here each and every day too, man. Doesn't go unnoticed. Great insights too. Love it. Hey, Bio. Oh my goodness. Bio's about to hit 400 million. 23 cents, dude. This thing is flying. Let's go. Let's go. God damn. Yes. Zach, what's up? Zach, you there? Go ahead, bro. Can't hear you. Can you guys hear Zach or no? Might have to drop down, come back, bro.
I cannot hear him.
Okay, we'll get him back up here. Debbie, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have anything, but you know what? Just to what he said, that he made a good point. And I do believe, though, that, you know, again, Trump's old school businessman real estate, but his kids are really building this enterprise. And you know what? It's going to live on for legacy. So, of course, they are getting on with the culture. They, you know, everything's changing. They're directly affected by the banks shutting them out. So it's like they know where the world's moving into digitization. And so, yeah, Trump, you know what? Is he a dinosaur in some sorts? But the legacy lives on through his kids and benefits everybody just getting up with technology.
100%. Bitcoin flying 116.5, 116.6 right now. ETH 4640. XRP 302. Altcoins looking very, very nice right now. Very, very nice.
Happy Friday.
Love it. Love it. This is going to make the weekend a little bit better, that's for sure. Aerodrome Finance going parabolic, up 16% now, up to 155. Athena, which is owned by Trump, it's pumping up 14%. And Debbie, Morpho, the leader in the clubhouse, up 17%.
I'm telling you, Zach. What is it now? What is it now?
275.
Well, and look at it on the day, and look at on the and not for nothing that what's his name, Zach Chazé, or that I'm sorry if I'm saying his name wrong.
Kyle
Chazé. Yeah, I knew you'd come for me, paid. Yeah, no, he said on his, that's where I got the Morpho, and he specifically, and he mentioned again the other night, Aerodrome, that they're just doing fantastic things. And so look, the price is reflecting clearly.
100%. Pudgy Penguins, they're looking good too, up 10%. Arbitrum's moving. Ethereum is up 9% on the day. That's a big market cap to be moving like that. Kronos is up 10+%. Lido DAO, they're up 15%. Lido, again, really benefiting from that news that came out not too long ago with the SEC, basically saying liquid staking is not a security. Lido has been basically pumping ever since. So keep an eye on that one too. That's another one to keep on your radar for sure. Lido looking really, really good. Zach, what's good, man? We can't hear you, bro. Where the hell? What the hell? Can anybody hear him? No? Yes? No? Okay. All right, we'll try to bring him back up. Clifford, what's up, man? Clifford, you there, bro? Can you guys hear me? What's happening?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
All right, cool. Matt, go ahead, man.
Hey, there was a guy that just spoke a couple minutes ago about he was a little all over the place, but I wanted to add to that. He's right about stuff. Dude, we're early. Like people that think, like he said, well, and Matasco and whoever else said, don't miss this bull run. I think it was that guy that was speaking earlier. Don't miss this bull run. Like, we're still early. Look at the all-time highs. I mean, those are a pretty good indicator of where the potential is for everything. Granted, there's like 100 million more coins out there this cycle than last cycle. Last cycle we had Shiba Inu. This cycle, you have a million of them to pick from, right? But if all the money is going into crypto, basically, in tech, we're early. So, there's going to be FOMO, which is great. We can all feel the excitement, right? Remember, the most used word of 2025 is gooning. Everybody's gooning now. So it's like the excitement is here. Like, this feels like finally they fired the starting pistol and everybody's off. Like, everybody's racing right now. And it's like just what we waited for, as Matasko was saying. This is exactly what we need, right? And Matasko, by the way, when you're excited, you sound like you're at a funeral. So like, if that's you excited, I mean, man, I would hate to be around you when you're bearish. And I think I have been, but I couldn't tell because it was all kind of the same. Anyways, but you had a good point. Dude, this is what we've been waiting for. This is where all the data, and did he even say data? I don't even know if I heard him say data.
Twice, I think. But it was
did he say
the under,
twice?
Yeah, the under looked good. The under would have been the bet for sure.
Yep. And you know what? I was telling Paige in the background, he did go like
quite a few,
9 times.
You know what was a heavily mentioned word was policy today. Policy is another good one.
Yes, and that was the biggest bullet point because of adjusting policy. Mm-hmm. So like that's almost like the word of the day for him. But yeah, everything, this is exactly what we called for. It's exactly what we've been talking about for the past, bear market, bear cycle. So it really does feel, after Jerome Powell spoke and after hearing everybody's sentiment, this really does feel like we're here now, finally. And is there going to be another fake shakeout? Maybe, perhaps. Obviously, people are going to take profits. It's 80% bots on Wall Street, right? It's 100% bots in these shit coins. I mean, you know, these other coins. Sorry, I forgot about the other platforms. But no, it feels like we're here. Everything's looking good. I was sitting here waiting for this. I'm like, you know what is Bitcoin? Are they going to crash this thing back down again? But then I go back to what I was saying earlier. They have no reason to stop this now. They don't. They have no reason. They do, however, have big reasons to leave everybody behind that's not in the game. And I'm gonna go to the next speaker now, but that's exactly why I do believe now they're just off to the races. Because now if you want to get in, you're not going to have a good buying opportunity. But we do. We're here. We're going to stay. And it's looking great.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Clifford, you there, bro? I'm giving you an opportunity before Jesus. I mean, you got to take, dude. Like that's a special moment. All right, Jesus.
Hello, everyone.
Oh
yeah, I don't really have much to say, but all I have to say is you cooked for life. If you miss this chance, you cooked for life.
I agree, Jesus. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Mike, welcome.
What's going on, Zach? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I actually I see your space all the time. I jump in every once in a while, but I want you to just know I appreciate you putting these together all the time, always being consistent.
Thanks, dude.
You know, I wanted to jump in on this Trump deal, though, and I've been saying this for a minute, and I love that you guys are saying, hey, we're still early, because I really do think that we are. Somebody just mentioned about Trump, bagging on crypto for a long time, but I think this guy is so much, he's about his legacy. He's about the Trump name, the Trump family. And I think he sees a real opportunity that if he lays the groundwork for this, he's kind of saying the loud thing or the quiet thing out loud, that he sees that the whole financial system is going to be upended by these, digital currencies or these digital assets. And I think for him, it's much more like, hey, I want to get way ahead of this so my family has a legacy to build off of, that we've replaced basically the financial system with digital assets, and I saved the US dollar. Because I think that that's another thing that, stable coins, what's happening right now with the, stable coin legislation and that new market structure bill, I think everybody's missing the point on that. I mean, it's like if Bank America goes tomorrow and they want to roll up, $10 billion in stable coins, the US government is requiring that they buy the same amount in securities and basically T-bills. And I think honestly that's going to, just keep the US dollar as the reserve currency. And so I think this has like a really big effect long-term for the financial dominance of that. Because, we talk a lot about these trillions of dollars that we're in debt. And I know nobody's really looking at how to solve for this. They tried, but nobody wanted that. Nobody liked how they were doing it. And so I can't help but think we are still so early in we'll never see anything like this again. This is a one-time opportunity to position yourself today to reap the rewards way down the runway. And I think that hopefully all of us have that opportunity to say, hey, we're looking way down the road. It's going to be fantastic over the next couple of months. I think the numbers, they don't lie. August and September are generally not very good for Bitcoin, but October and November are the sweet spots. So I think in the short term, it's going to be really good, but I think bullish sentiment long term is just absolutely parabolic, and it's just going to go absolutely nuts.
Appreciate that, man. I want to get your take on something because I mentioned this earlier, and other people can weigh in on this as well. What's your take on this market cycle being different now with ETFs and the institutions here? And we're hearing chatter that the bull run could last longer. And what's your take on all of that?
I'm probably in that camp that says that the market structure has changed. I think we already saw that with, if you look at BTC, it started running based on the ETFs getting approved, which was, the left translation of the cycle. But I'm telling you, we're much more correlated to the markets than we ever have been. And I know that there's been, institutional capital here for a minute, but, we're talking institutional capital is really smart. And these guys are they don't move at the rate that, us guys that are retailers that come in with, FOMO and we're just buying up what we can. These guys are much more methodical about their outlook, and they move, but very slowly. But they move when they need to move, and when they move, it's with big sticks. It's not with just small markers. And so, I definitely think that, and you gotta always look as a retail investor, we have things come up in our lives and that require immediate attention financially. And so our runway isn't always the same, where it's you get these big hedge funds, you get these sovereign wealth, funds, you get, all this money that's locked up in these 401ks and IRAs and different things that have access to, now these vehicles and digital assets. Long term, these guys aren't touching their money. But if they just allocate 1 to 2 or 3%, the market will go absolutely parabolic, and it'll just you'll have these new highs come into the market, but it'll force the overall market from a $4 trillion industry to something like an $8, $12, $16 trillion industry. And so to me, I think the market structure has absolutely changed. I do think that we'll see a big move, but I think this move could be, there's always going to be bear markets, but it's what's the new bear market look like on an asset class that's only at $4 trillion and could double over the next 12 to 24 months. I don't see the days of the 80% corrections happening necessarily for the large caps and Bitcoin. I do see that they'll still move, but it will be. I think the biggest question out there is these all these companies that are out, these treasury companies. It's what's going to happen to those, and how do those spook the market? Because I think that those are going to be some of your big players that actually spook the market when it does go south. And it'll be interesting to see how they handle, that volatility, because that's one thing that I think, traditional finance isn't ready for, is the volatility, in those big moves. And so it will be interesting to see how those are handled. And if I was going to say there's a black swan event, heading our way, it's with these treasury companies. Because anytime that you take leverage and, borrowing money to buy assets, it's a form of leverage because it's not your money. When you're spot buying and you're just buying with your own cash, you can ride out waves a little bit different. You don't have all that pressure coming from other people. But when you buy and you lever up and you borrow all these funds to acquire these assets, you become almost beholden to what your shareholders want, because then you just got everybody knocking on the door, because again, their runway is a little bit different maybe than the entire fund. And so it will be interesting, but I am of the camp that thinks like, hey, this is a whole new market structure. I think traditional finance is here, they're here to stay. And I think we're going to be much more correlated to those markets moving forward.
Appreciate that, man. Great insights. And thanks for joining. I shot you a follow back too.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, love it. Mutasco, go ahead, man.
No, I was going to comment on the Trump thing. I think it was right 6 months before the election, 2024. I was in a space where Don Trump Jr. was on there. I mean, if you just have to listen to them, right? When they speak, they're not just, it's not like Maxine Waters trying to spin her way around against anything crypto, or Elizabeth Warren trying to argue, yeah, money laundering, but she says nothing relevant about the technology. When you hear these kids talk, and I mean the Trump kids, right? Yeah, they may be faking it until they make it, but they make logical arguments, right, about the technology, and you just have to listen to them. That's all I see. And I remember being in that space and hearing Don Jr. describing, he went back to 2008, right, and the housing market and all that, and his engagement with his dad, and it was a beautiful story he told. And the inspiration for him behind debanking and all that, and why they're going into the technology, just made sense to me, right? You have to get hit by these banks to understand, right? You have to get even just delayed legally. Like, I'm moving money from point A to point B. I'm not a criminal. I've been a customer for years. And watch how long it takes you, right? If that doesn't frustrate you, I don't know what else should. And I think I posted a graphic because that's how I fit the world liberty thing. Because what they have spoken about, and I've heard both kids talk about it, right, in terms of like ability to borrow and lend, access to financing, all that stuff. I mean, the entire family, their entire business model is about borrowing money. So if they're thinking, and they have probably they have access to the smartest mind, so I wouldn't bet against them figuring it out, right? Yeah, they're gonna be wrong on some things. That's fine because we've seen it before. But what I see is that for the first time, we have a government agency, right, publicly supporting a sector that, by the way, on the other side, people are so hung up with the old ways of doing things, they can't even agree that the banks are screwing everybody up. And when they make arguments, they're still using consumers as a dog whistle, right? They're like, yeah, consumers are not getting lending, whatever. Well, yeah, the banks have been tossing money amongst each other for decades now. It's called financialization. How much of that actually went into the real economy, right? So if you're defending that, you're literally saying, well, crypto doesn't fix any of those problems. The other side doesn't even pretend to say, you know what? What's in this technology that is good? Can we figure it out? Let's have a conversation. They're not even having that type of conversation. And again, on the banks, guys, they're so behind. In fact, the Treasury did a report. I posted this last week. The Treasury did a report and they estimated about $1 trillion risk on just stable coins on the banks. This is a risk written by the US Treasuries. So when you hear Scott Bessent going around talking about throwing some numbers out there, 1, 2, 3 trillion, right? This is like, by the way, by 2028, right? So think about what's going to happen to them. You think if I'm a banker and I've made everything that I've built on banking, I'm just going to wake up and say, yeah, crypto is a deal. No. So they're the signal. The more they go against the industry, the more you want to load up. And I think
you're better off taking a little bet. Okay, maybe what risk will it be if you go 10%? Bet 10% or 5% on this industry and see what happens. It's probably better than just keeping your money in cash, right? Because the government would inflate it out. And that's the problem. And a lot of people haven't even caught up to it yet. I mean, you're hearing the other side they're talking about inflation, they're talking about groceries. Tell me any rich person that talks about inflation. Point to anyone that said, yeah, I have a problem with groceries. No, everybody wants to get to the other side. The problem is a lot of people think it's okay to be poor. It's okay to, have a certain amount of money and depend on the government because it's all mentally like delusional kind of crap that they let you believe in. But you all have capabilities to do better. And I think crypto provides that, right? You don't need to knock down a wall. You just need to know how to click, right? Know how to sit in quality spaces, learn, write down notes, just keep doing it every day, right? That's what it takes. It's not easy. It's not cheap. Nobody thinks that come in and throw money and get $1 million. No, the time spent, the knowledge acquired, you can't even put a dollar value to that. And that's my point of view.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Mike, go ahead. You want to respond?
Yeah, no, that Matasco, that was awesome. Thank you. Because this is not, I know that the market is like, if you're new to the market, which I was, I come from a very, very poor upbringing, no money, no anything. But I know that, my parents taught me zero information about dollars. Because they didn't have any money to teach me about. But what I've learned in my time is through hard work. It's like, yes, markets were new to me. And I had a lot of mentors that I met in my professional life that introduced me to the markets. And they all told me the same thing. Don't hire a broker. Don't hire a financial, consultant. Go out and figure this thing out. Throw $500 at this deal and start learning it on your own. Because the sooner that you can learn how to use your money and make money, it's absolutely a beautiful thing. Because I was under the guise. I feel like my generation was that last generation of people that kind of felt like you had to go to college to get a degree to be something. I don't believe in that anymore. I believe that there's so much free information out there anymore that you can go out and do and be anything that you want to be if you're willing to put in the time. And I will say, back to the Trump thing, like that's the beauty of this is like, the Trumps, just to your point, they're really good at leverage. They understand leverage probably better than anybody else. And, for the longest time, we've had these government bureaucrats that, have been running the government, and they're not even business professionals. I'm a small business owner. I know what that looks like to make payroll. I know what it feels like to not be able to make payroll and to have to go borrow money and to have to like really put everything out online, because I have people that are counting on me every single week to make sure that I have work for them and that I'm providing for them. And it's like, I'm doing that not only for my own family, but I have other families looking to me every single one. So there's this pressure that you're always under to solve for these really complicated problems. And when you don't have that experience in your life, it's really hard for me to listen to people tell me how to spend money and what they're using our money for and how they're debasing our currency. And it's not fair. I feel like if you're going to be a qualified politician or government official, you have to have some basic concepts of running a business, because at the government level, you're running a business at the highest level. And a lot of these bills and stuff, they're just making really bad deals that are putting all of us behind the 8 ball. And we can't solve for X because we can't go into their office and say, hey, this is what we want, because they don't understand that. So I love that these guys are getting, some of the smartest people in the cabinets and some of the smartest people around the president, because that's what his family is doing for crypto. They may not have everything at their fingertips as far as knowledge. And, in the beginning, I thought, man, these guys are getting some grifters around them. But at the same time, they're really smart, and they're going to go out and find the best people. because that's what has made their companies the best companies, is hiring and finding the best talent out there to make them go from here, higher and to accelerate. So I think just give them more time and they'll find better people that are advisors that understand this way better than them. And we're watching this evolution of education happen in their own family in real time. And it's the same evolution that we've probably all been going through ourselves. They're doing it at a much grander scale, trying to solve a really, really big problem. So I just wanted to give you your flowers on that and just say thank you for bringing that up.
Clifford, are you there, bro? You want to join in? I know your mic was being kind of wonky. We got Zach Buck up here too. Zach, go ahead, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Okay, cool, man. I think people are underestimating that article that I put up that you sent me for builders. Like, if you want a catalyst for your utility projects you're invested in, that's it. I mean, to be able to build and not be penalized on chain for building epic and innovational features for blockchain, that's it right there. The fact that they're gonna kind of lean off of it a little bit unless you do some scammy shit, they'll be on you. But this opens the floodgates for all these small market cap gems that are building. And that goes for myself, Podchain, all, some of the great sponsors on the show. I think people are underestimating that article, man. I was listening very carefully when you were reading it. And then I put a post out up in the Jumbotron about it. This is the catalyst we've all been waiting for, honestly. So I see now that that statement came out, I see people are going to start innovating even more and, and be able to really get to the blockchain build and not feel like this weight on their shoulders that someone's going to come after them. So that is like extremely bullish in my field and what I'm looking at. So, dude, I'm so pumped with the market. I think we're gonna have a great weekend. Everyone just ride this wave. It's going to be so bullish. September, October, the end of September, October, November. November is going to be insane. I think we're off to a great start with everything I heard today. So awesome stuff, guys.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And I just want to reiterate something we said earlier. Like, have your targets in place now, guys. Like, have your plans in place now. Speaking from experience, and I know others can do the same, when you get into that parabolic state of the market, your emotions continue to like drive you nuts. And there's going to be a lot of noise. You've got to think about that stuff now before all that stuff comes, because I'm telling you, you're going to be way better off, right? In terms of whatever your strategy is for whatever asset, it is you own. So make sure you're doing that.
No round tripping, Zach. No round tripping.
100%. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of it does depend on where you got in, what your goals are, all of that. Everybody's different. I'm not saying you got to do what everybody else is doing. Don't do that. But carve out your own goals and plans right now. Like, have all that stuff mapped out with every asset you own. Know exactly what your plan of attack is before this stuff goes. And you're going to be way better off. Way better off. Zach, your hand's still up. You got something else there? Go ahead, bro.
Oh, no, my hand's not up. That's crazy. But I agree with you, Zach. I actually may round trip a couple bags because I see the future in this space. And that, for me, it's more like Bitcoin, Ethereum stuff. I mean, it's crazy though. Like, all right, so I met someone in IRL last night. We went out for a couple beers. He's a good dude. We were talking about crypto. No, like in the bar, nobody even. I was naming Bitcoin as loud as I can to see if it caught anyone's attention. Nothing. Like, they're just staring at a baseball game the whole time. Like, not. It's just mind-boggling how early we are. Like, the world is not here yet, and we're so early. I guess that's my point, is having great conversation with this guy, and we're talking, behind the scenes stuff. And it's like we're naming Bitcoin, Ethereum, crypto. No one even turns to be like, I'm interested. And then we get this kind of news. Like, we're so early, man. So freaking early. Just keep that in the back of your mind.
Man. It is weird when you go out in the quote unquote real world. It feels like you yourself are living in some fairy tale land, right? Or everybody else is. I don't know. Either way, And it's like, it's It's a weird dynamic for sure. But I think to your point, man, it's more people are on the other side than this side for sure. And yeah, I mean that definitely speaks volumes to where we are. And I do love every once in a while running into somebody who does know about crypto, because I always wear like a crypto.com hat or like a Bitcoin hat or like something, something subtle. And then like somebody will be like, oh yeah, Bitcoin, whatever. And then we get to talking, and then you guys know how that works. Everybody looks at you like you're crazy around you, and they think you're on some kind of drugs or something.
It's crazy. Think about like the .com era, right? Like it took a long time for people to really get on board there, and without that era, we wouldn't have this era. So, I mean, it's like we're light years ahead. I know I keep saying this, but it's so true. Like the world will be using stable coins. Businesses will be using stable coins. Things are going to move faster and better, and this will make government better. It will make all of our lives better. Getting paid every day, you don't have to wait a week. Like there's so much to invest in the great companies building that infrastructure to make that happen. So if you can find those plays, man, you're going to get into the Googles, the Yahoos, all that stuff within, even retail companies like Apple. It's just amazing. Like I'm really going all in, I think, on Coinbase, the stock too. I really think they are going to be the Apple of this generation because they're doing everything right. They're playing by the rules. They're building great tech, easy to use, and onboarding mass people to their platform. So like, how can I bet against them? I think they're doing it better than most. And, someone could come along and be better than them, but I'm really banking on Coinbase as a company for stocks and in crypto. Like I'm really going all in on them. I really made that decision.
This really is the .com era all over again, isn't it? I mean, it really is. I mean, it's 25 years later. It's this new emerging technology. What do people do early on when something new comes out? They FUD the hell out of it. They call it a scam. They say it'll never last. And I always think back to the .com era. I was too young to invest in that era, but even if you were like, in business and you were one of the first people to go online and create a .com in your niche, I mean, how much of an advantage did that have versus the people who said, you know what? No, I've got my brick and mortar. I'm fine. I'm doing good business. I don't need that stuff. It's fine. And I'm seeing the same thing now. It's like, hey, I'm earning my 7%. I'm well off. I don't need crypto. I don't need that stuff. Like, okay. We'll see. We'll see, right? But I do think at the same time, a lot of the smart investors, they're here and they're coming in quickly because of the regulation, because of the new policies, because of the new groundwork being laid. The smart investors are coming. And when we talk about retail, a lot of people want to know where's retail, where's retail, where's retail. Well, I think the retail that's coming in now is the smart retail. And I'm not saying smart dumb, in like a negative sense. You know what I'm saying though. Smart money. Smart money on the retail side now is coming in. Less of the degens, right? And the people just aping in and whatever happens, go to the casino. That will still happen. Like we're still going to have that side of the market. It's fine. But what we've really been missing are like the, people that are doing well in life, but like still, in their mid 40s and mid 50s that won't touch crypto with a 10-foot pole. Those folks are starting to wake up now. And the smart investors within that group, they're here, guys. They're here. They're waking up. And I think that's huge. That's big.
Zach, it also goes back to education. Like it takes time to learn stuff and you got to go through down times, good times. So that's giving us a little leg up that all of us that are in here doing, paying attention, being educated, educating people is a true win in this space because knowledge is key. If you know more than the next person, you're going to be better than the next person. Unfortunately, that's how the world works. So the fact that you guys are coming to these spaces every day, we've been doing this for a long time and we just keep educating, bring smart people in here. Like this is valuable lessons that we should be charging $1,000 a day for.
Well, Zach, I remember too, like, on this whole same point, I remember too, right? Like there was not that long ago, right? Pre-ETFs, these these money managers and stuff, like, you know, your finance guy, you know, that you'd go meet with once a year or whatever, or, you know, whatever, they couldn't even say the word crypto. They couldn't talk about it. They weren't allowed to. You know, and we know that's how most of these seasoned retail investors, this is how they want to get in. They want to go through their trusted broker. You know, we could talk about whole custody or not custody. They don't care about that. They don't care. If they cared, they wouldn't have a $1 million portfolio with Charles Schwab. They don't care. But now that, like, their you know, finance guy can talk to them about it and say, hey, maybe you should allocate, you know, 1-2% here. You know, you still got some good earning years ahead of you. You know, and Bitcoin's kind of doing well. You know, you can actually have these conversations. You know, it unlocks so much, and it's not one of those like one-off, you know, moments in time where it's like this catalyst that lasts for a week. This is a catalyst that lasts years and decades as more and more people open up to the idea of getting exposure, right? So I think that's huge, and it's changed the game completely. Matt Tyler, I don't know who was first, but feel free to jump in. We're about 15 minutes away from Trump too, guys. 15 minutes away from Trump. Yep.
Zach, you totally nailed what I was gonna kind of say those same words, right? But you know, like an educated buyer, they're already here. But check this out. This was crazy. Yesterday, on my way back to my cabin, I'm in the middle of nowhere in the reddest state in the United States. Okay. And there's like not a huge population here, but everybody seems to have a lot of money. There's oil here, farms, everything. But check it out. I heard yesterday on FM radio, not satellite radio, I heard Robinhood get the app now and start trading crypto. They actually have a commercial. Now, you're probably thinking, God, that's pathetic, dude. Like, they're advertising Robinhood in North Dakota on the radio, on the FM radio. Like, yes, people still listen to the radio around here. That's how old school this place is. And check it out. They were advertising Robinhood, and it was like a 1 minute long commercial. Robinhood was saying stuff like Palantir, Bitcoin, Ethereum. They were naming names on what you can buy and trade on there. And I'm like, what in the hell? Oh my God, we're finally evolving here. We're finally getting into like the 21st century here. It's crazy. But I never heard that before in the past, whenever. I've never heard a commercial on a regular radio like that. That got me a little bullish. But the fact that they were naming Bitcoin on Robinhood, Ethereum, Palantir, all this other stuff that you can trade on there is like, when I talk to people, like who was just saying that, Zach? When you're out at the bar and you're yelling Bitcoin, try to go yell it across the bar to get people's attention, and not one person looked at you. A little while ago, there were some people out on the boat, and I talked about crypto because they saw my phone and they wanted to know what that app was. And the minute I said it was a crypto app, everybody on the boat just shut up, and I swear they were going to go drown themselves. That's how toxic the word crypto was. Now, did anything change in the past couple of weeks? No, except the fact that the institutions are trying to force it mainstream. And if that's not a bullish signal, and today, in a few minutes when Donald Trump starts speaking, and the charts, I mean, it's all adding up to the perfect storm. All I have to do is hold. I'm just going to sit here, hold, and Zach from Subway making a perfect point of, I might round trip a bag. Why? If I miss this cycle, let's say Hedera doesn't go to $1 this cycle. It goes to 90 cents. And instead of getting out, maybe I'll hold on to it until it hits $2. You know what I'm saying? So round tripping a bag isn't the end of the world either. I mean, that's just my point. I mean, hopefully when Trump comes up, he keeps the bullish madness going, because I really don't see an end in sight.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if this thing's going to be live streamed or not. So the official White House live stream page does not indicate right now, like, you know, the whole stay tuned will be live shortly. I mean, let me see again here. If anybody has it and they can DM me it, that'd be great too. We'll see if there's actually going to be an actual stream of this. I'll be on it here the next 10, 12 minutes here. But Tyler, go ahead, man.
Hey, thanks for letting me come back up again. So we're talking about like how early we are to crypto and the .com era. And you know what I believe? Okay, so I think if you're at least in your 30s and older, y'all probably remember dial-up internet. That really annoying sound when you'd call your friend to like come hang out with you or play whatever. That's where we are in the crypto market, I believe, is we are in that dial-up phase. Like that's how early we are. I don't even know when dial-up stopped being a thing. But that to me, that's just really, like that's foolish to me just to know how early we are. It doesn't seem like we are sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, man, I don't feel like I mean, I'll probably never feel like I have enough of, let's say, like HBAR. That's the one I'm really wanting to accumulate. But even just by little, just remember it. Do as much as you can. I think Zach Humphries always says like, skip the coffee. Put $5 into Bitcoin or whatever. Like that little bit will help. Like. One of my favorite quotes is, by small and simple things are great things brought to pass. Like that's a really that I remember. But yeah, just know that, that's how early we are, is we're in that dial-up phase of cryptocurrency. Like I don't think we know the future tech that it's going to be. Like I never even thought like there would be apps, I never thought like phones would even get the way they are like today. So who knows like what crypto is going to be in the next, I don't know, 15, 20 years.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Bitcoin crossed over 117,000 as well. So let's go. Ethereum 4656 right now. XRP 304. So those are some top prices there from across the board. Loving it. Let's see here. I still don't see anything with Trump's live speech. Maybe. Oh, here. No. That's an old one. All right. We'll continue to monitor that and see.
You could try the right side of broadcasting. They might have it. I haven't checked, but usually they always do his live broadcastings.
Got it. I'll check that out. I was looking at Mario Nafal too. Usually he's got some stuff here as well. He's actually live right now talking to somebody. But Mike, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to piggyback off what Matt was saying is, I know everybody here has heard about a supply shock eventually, but that's where we're heading, because you start bringing in another $500 million or, $500 million to $1 billion to dollars, and they talk about stable coins, going crazy, but you start bringing that into the markets, the price appreciation is going to be absolutely crazy, because there are people realistically that can see this. When you're talking about smart money, they're not selling it today, and so you're going to have like this big FOMO event where everybody wants in but nobody's selling, and the price is just going to go parabolic.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And, I think we're starting to see the beginning phases of all this. I think the Clarity Act is really big too, because outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum, which have ETFs, we really don't know what the rest of the market looks like from a regulation standpoint. And so, like, obviously, we've got a little clarity on XRP, just given, that they've been through this crazy 4.5-year lawsuit. We know it's not a security on the retail side. Basically, they're, paying a fine on the institutional side. But I mean, like, what's a security? What's a commodity? Are we gonna change the way these things are taxed, how they're classified? I think this is going to really unlock a lot of institutional demand and retail demand once we get the Clarity Act through. What I'm hoping for is that we get the Clarity Act passed ahead of all these ETF deadlines. And I think that's got to be right at the top of the list for Trump, because what you don't want, because you got all these ETFs that are lining up, and a lot of them are in October, okay, which also lines up with when crypto, usually pumps, what lines up with more rate cuts. I mean, this could be literally the perfect storm. If we get the rate cuts, the Clarity Act, and ETFs all in this time period where historically is bullish as hell for crypto, I mean, that could be exactly what the doctor ordered, right? And I'm just hoping that they get that Clarity Act through ahead of these ETF, deadlines, because I'm very curious to see what the pent-up demand is for, let's say, a basket ETF that includes a lot of ISO compliant cryptos that, you know, are working alongside the traditional banking system to move money faster using blockchain technology. You know, a la XRP, HBAR, Ondo, Algorand, you know, whatever, right? I'd love to see the pent up demand for a smart contract basket ETF, you know, with Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, SWI, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if the stars align, man, I mean, this could get really exciting, really exciting. So I just hope that stuff gets through. The Clarity Act gets through ahead of those key deadlines. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Was my hand still up?
Yeah, it might just be on my end too. I'm on the computer, so I think I'm seeing people's hand up that really isn't. You know how X spaces are, always glitching.
Yeah, no, it's funny that you talk about the Clarity Act because it's, you know, they've pushed off all these ETFs though, and it feels like somebody knows something that we don't. I mean, the market pumps today. Trump is talking in 15 minutes. I mean, this whole thing is being front run everywhere that you turn around. But you have to think about that same thing. It's like maybe somebody knows something that we don't, and that all this is going to come to a head, and you're going to have like this big old blow off top, you know, come October and November. You'll never see markets run, you know, quite like they'll ever run like this ever again. So, but I'm going to drop down. Zach, it's been great. Thanks for having me up, and look forward to being on another show with you.
Yeah, man. Always welcome. Appreciate it. Great insights, man. Appreciate you joining. Payne, you've been quiet over there, bro. What's going on?
I'm still quiet now. Stevie got his hand up. What's up?
Bio's going crazy. It's going crazy, Zach.
Let's go. Let's go. Stevie,
I'm
you
glad
in there?
I got in at 6 cents on that thing, and I'm still holding.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Finally, somebody. I was waiting for one person to say, hey, I got in when you first talked about it. We nailed that thing.
I jumped on that shit. I jumped.
Let's go. Let's go, man. I think it got some legs too. I took some I got my basis back is where I got to. And I'm riding this wave, man. I mean, hell, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, bro. I cannot find this whatchamacallit stream anywhere. Anybody got it?
I'll send you something, Zach.
And there might not be a stream. There might not be a stream. But guys, if you're just checking in, welcome in on all the live streams across the board. We got 2,500 people rocking with us right now. YouTube, X, all over the place. Appreciate you guys. Rumble. You guys are awesome. Jerome Powell just opened the doors for rate cuts in September. Let's freaking go. Q4 is looking extremely bullish. Higher. Money printer go burr. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. CK, what's up, bro?
What's up, Zach? I'm doing good, bro. I think I'm just about done my last cup of coffee, which is a bummer. Because, man, when you make like 3 cups, but you wanted 4, sometimes it's 2, but you got 3, so you pour one out. So it's like kind of that perfect balance where it was 3 cups of coffee that I enjoyed. I would like the 4th, but the wanting is good because I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So that means we just, get to the flower situation a little earlier. But bro, I'm looking at these markets, man. And all the professionals in the room, we were looking at Clarity Act in September. We're not shook. We know September 30th is coming. We know the market's just going to present discounts. We're looking at all of the stuff lining up with all the spot ETF stuff going in September. But bro, I am seeing nothing but consolidation across all the major L1s that is building that edifice that the market's going to launch off of come with Clarity Act passing in September, which is just going to set up October. So it's like, bro, like how healthy the structure is becoming when you look at the volume flows. And we are cooking shorts. Like I personally don't like to go short because when you short, right, your losses are theoretically infinite. If you go long, you stop losing money at 0. You go short. Could you imagine, bro, going like short on Bitcoin and then just watching some God candle. It's like, oh, China and Russia decided today, screw BRICS, rolling on Bitcoin. It goes up 50,000 and you were short kind of thing, you know? So I find that silly. I think it's great because when we can pull shorts bags like this into the market, we force them to make stronger valuations for us. So this, I'm excited as hell, bro, because this is setting up where we're going to be with clarity. I was talking about kind of a macro play between September 30th and October 10th, man. I think that we're going to see where Bitcoin is going to establish its base, where we're going to wick to in probably January, February of 2026. I think we're going to have our irrational exuberance, and I think Larry Fink and the boys are going to pull us off the top down to around where we are between September 30th, October 10th, just saying. But between now and that's going to lead into the whole 300, 400,000 summer next year, which I think is going to be a banger. Yeah, man. And when we just look at what's happening, like we've got, what is Bitcoin up? It's like 3%, Litecoin's up 5%, Cardano's up, around 6%. We got SNEC is up 10%. Like, bro, everything's looking awesome. Everything's looking healthy, and it's like I think people are realizing this is where the writing's on the wall. And if you are in a healthy project, if you allow your fear of the downside at these valuations to dissuade you from taking positions to the upside, folks are going to rinse themselves, because we've got more and more upside building. All of the fundamentals are lining up. So, yeah, I'm bullish on the bulls, Zach. That's just kind of like a top down sort of macro as I look at these charts this morning, bro. But how goes it your way? And is the president speaking now? Isn't there some announcement or some shit?
Supposed to be talking at noon. I don't see anything yet in terms of a live stream. Let me double check here again. Yeah,
I did send you so the right side of broadcasting. I sent you a message with the streaming. They are streaming. I don't think they've quite shown like Trump like right now, but it is like streaming on that.
Oh, did you DM it to me here on X, bro?
Yes, I did.
Awesome, my man. I appreciate that. Let me pull that up and let me see here. There it is. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I'll pull it up. That way when he goes, we'll have it. But CK, to your point, dude, 252 million shorts liquidated in the last 4 hours, man. Getting wrecked. I love it.
Bro, that's $252 million that are holding the valuations at these levels. Yeah, man. I'm super, super bullish on that, bro. So do we think that this discussion with the president, you think he's going to be talking about rate cuts in crypto? Do you have a sense of the subject of this discussion? Does anyone know?
We were all over the place. I mean, there's just so many different things it could potentially be. It could be about cleaning the streets of DC. That's been, recent talk. The whole Lisa Cook thing has been recent talks. He's been talking a lot about Ukraine and Russia. Then we've got, the Canada news that just came out. Maybe it's related to Canada removing retaliatory tariffs on U.S. products. Maybe it could be that and then some other tariff stuff. Maybe it could be a combination of all this shit. Maybe he just, has been quiet for too long and he wants to hear himself talk. And, that's Trump kind of in a nutshell. And he's like, you know what? I just want to talk today. It's Friday. Screw it. Let me go out there and talk. Who knows, man? I mean, but Jay Powell started the day off with a bang. I'm just hoping we can keep this thing rolling, bro.
Absolutely, man. I like that take. You're right. It could be a lot of things. Man, could you imagine? Because they really did mess up our charts early this year. We were like feeling all good, and they're like, hey, maybe World War III. And they're like, hey, maybe tariffs. But like, what if that was just like compression, and like pressure to the downside? And then now for the rest of the year, we're just going to get this unwinding of positive catalysts where it's like all those compressed springs. The World War III anxiety goes away with like, peace announcement in Ukraine and da-da-da-da-da. And then, tariffs rolling back with Canada. Yeah, good call on that, because that's also recent news, right? Like Canada has announced that they're taking the tariffs off of products coming to the U.S. So, yeah, bro, like, did they get a memo that, hey, there's going to be an announcement of, like positive tariff movement?
Could be a combination of things. And guys, we got it queued up, so you don't go anywhere. We got it locked in here, ready to go as soon as they start. We're just waiting for the event to begin. Fashionably late, as always. You guys know how that's
Zach, are you
Yeah.
reading comments on some of these live streams? I'm on Associated Press live stream, and the comments are hilarious. It's all
crypto related.
Long, Ethereum, XRP. The comments are fire, dude. It's all crypto comments, and then there's a few political comments, but for the most part, it looks like it's all crypto comments. It's all degens here watching Trump's live speech.
100%. Bitcoin at 116.6 right now. ETH at 46.50. XRP pumping nicely up to 304 right now. The DXY is getting wrecked. The dollar index getting absolutely torched right now. Bunch of leaders, man, in the double digits in the altcoin space. Tons of big winners right now. Morpho, Athena, Aerodrome, Lido, SPX, Pudgy, Arbitrum, ETH Classic, Ethereum itself, Sonic, Kronos, Jasmy, Ethereum Name Service, Fartcoin, all up over 10% right now. Bonk making a nice move. So it's looking good here. We're still waiting to see what Trump's going to say. If you are watching on YouTube, Rumble, or X, make sure you guys give it a share for us. Help us out. Spread the word. We got a bunch of people listening in from all over the place. So that's awesome. Mike, go ahead, man. On my end, it shows your hand up.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to comment a little bit. You guys know I'm Canadian, so the only thing that we didn't take away the reciprocal tariffs on are aluminum, steel, and for auto manufacturing. I sell to the manufacturing sector, and for people who don't know, like Ford vehicles, Lincoln, like basically all the ones that are manufactured in North America cross the Canadian and US border about 7 to 8 times in the manufacturing process. But most of that is covered under the USMCA agreement anyway. So it's super bullish. And I believe they're in talks to renegotiate that agreement next week. So
good stuff.
This is all good news. I think America and Canada need to stay friends because we've been friends for so long.
Agreed, man. So yeah, that is positive news that came out, and who knows, maybe it could be about that and extrapolating on the future of tariffs and kind of what that looks like in some other places. I think some really positive news would be anything related to the situation with China. If there's anything positive there. So here's to hoping we get some good news and we get some continued positive price action here for sure. So anybody else, feel free to jump in. I'm still waiting for this to pop up. As soon as it does, we'll break in and listen to it live.
Man, I'm looking at this thing from Scott Melker talking about the Philippines proposes a bill to build a 10,000 Bitcoin national reserve over 5 years. I'm just saying, man, we're getting more and more of these, the folks showing their cards internationally saying, look, it's looking like this Bitcoin situation is about to get very real in the U.S., come the close of 2025. And a lot of folks are going to realize that's the new game in town. So it's cool, man, just seeing all these bellwethers internationally. When we hear the conversations about what does hyper Bitcoinization look like and what does game theoretical adoption at the nation state level, because once America shows that, hey, we're doing international trade in oil, hey, we're, and we really start seeing America move in and incorporate Bitcoin into our economy, and then by virtue of that, the global economy, all of these other nation states literally are not going to have a choice. They would be disadvantaging themselves, because I mean, not to go into like Ethereum, right? Right now, their greatest advantage is they've got a huge money moat and they've got a lot of relationships. In a similar way, that's kind of America's situation in the fiat regime. No matter who you are, the fiat regime is not healthy, but America has run that game. But I think what we're going to see is the tale of, here's America's recipe for dealing with global inflation, and that solution looks like it's built on Bitcoin and these other sovereign digital assets that we're all big fans of. And yeah, man, it's wild to see all of these nations. And there was another one yesterday, bro, and I'm trying to think what it was. So this is the Philippines, but there was another announcement, another country, and it's skipped my brain. But that's been slowly clocking in the back of my head is which of these nation states have come out and said, hey, we're looking at Bitcoin and whatnot. So again, man, I think September 30th, we get clarity. We get a bunch of spot ETF approvals in October. Crypto natives get irrationally exuberant. We're flying come Halloween. We get a little lull in November when people think about Christmas and presents and traveling to families. And then we get a bit of a Santa Claus rally in December. And then crypto natives go, oh, I'm looking at the 4-year cycle, so I'm going to sell 80 to 90% of my bag. They're going to regret it. Larry Fink and the boys are going to put fire on that, on the selling. They're going to go, yeah. Because remember, there's 2 ways to shake out Bitcoin. Make them poor and then make them rich. The first, like for the last several years, they've been really milking us. And even the last 6-7 months, we've seen a lot of gamemanship. And they've been trying to pull the poor man levers. But they're about to flip that. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing, that pivot starting today, leading into, I think September 30th and this Clarity Act. Then they're going to do the make us rich and then try to shake us out with that 178,000 Bitcoin. And again, so I think we hit 150 between 150, 178 Bitcoin before the end of this year. I think there's room for a revision upward, 10 to 15,000 after Clarity's passed, and then another potential upward revision after October 10th. But whatever that looks like, let's say we hit 178. I think Larry Fink and the boys are going to push Bitcoin down to wherever Bitcoin is between that September 10th, October 10th. And then that's going to set a Warren Buffett and the Berkshire boys to come in Q2, Q3, maybe let's say March, April. And then we start marching off to the 300,000 Bitcoin and whatnot next summer. And yeah, man, I just think that's kind of what we're seeing, is we're seeing how this is going to play out on the nation state level, and it's gonna be fucking wild, bro. And I'm here for it. So shout out to the Philippines and 10,000 Bitcoin.
Shout out to UCK Cardano. Shout out to the Breakfast Club. What's up on this Friday, man?
Clifford.
Markets are up. That's what's up. Zach, dude, have you looked at bio this morning, bro?
Have I looked at bio? Are you kidding me?
70% on the day, man. Oh my God.
Loving it, bro.
Insane. Freaking insane, man. I'm so happy that that Jerome Powell went up there this morning and did that, dude. But it just shows, good grief, the power that the Fed has is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, just imagine the way the market's going right now. If he would have came up to the podium and would have been hawkish this morning, we could have seen the exact opposite of what we're seeing right now. It's crazy.
100%, 100%. Dude, Ethereum is dangerously close from all-time highs, guys. We're up over 4,700.
I was about to say that.
Big wick up. Yeah, big time wick up here in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Send that thing to all-time highs this weekend. Please. Let's go. Let's go. We've been waiting so long for this.
Hey, I'm on my laptop. Somebody do the chicken noise like 4 times in a row, please.
Where did that? Let me find this damn chicken. Hold up.
Just, yeah. That ain't it. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's pain.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I ate enchiladas
Wash your hands.
last night.
Wash your hands.
Enchiladas last night.
Oh, that's hilarious, man. But, dude, this is why, man. Damn, you gotta get into the Breakfast Club. Listen to these spaces, man. Everybody's been talking about this. I haven't been able to get in here much this week. Work's been crazy. But I said, you know what? I am getting in the freaking Breakfast Club this Friday morning after I heard what Jerome Powell said. I had to come in here and hear everybody. But I'm so happy right now. I hope everybody has a blessed freaking weekend, dude.
Let's go, man.
And yeah, let's go. The time is now. Let's
No
go.
doubt, no doubt. And we're waiting on Trump right now. Trump getting ready to speak. We got it queued up, so as soon as he starts talking, we'll have it for you guys right here. So don't go anywhere.
That's Trump calling in. Trump's calling in right now.
We've got great news. We've got great news for all of crypto.
Yeah, no.
That's pretty good.
Jay Powell finally came to his senses. He finally came to his senses. He's a good little boy. I finally patted him on the head and said, "Good boy, Jerome, good boy." And it's time to cut interest rates. The labor supply has softened in line with demand. And it's time to make this the crypto capital of the world. Paid, I know you want your V-chain to pump. But you know what? You know what, Paid? They're not a U.S. company. They're not a U.S. company, Paid. They're not born here in the United States, Paid. And we're gonna pump the U.S.-based crypto projects.
What do you mean by that?
They're eating the dogs, babe.
There's going to be no crypto taxes on United States-based cryptocurrency projects. No taxes.
Dude, why do you sound like fucking, you know? Like
I'm doing my best, bro. You want to try it?
You don't even sound like Trump anymore.
You want to try it?
Like, no, I don't want to try it. I know I can't do it, but I know you can't do it either.
I'm giving an effort.
Oh, hold on. Dude, somebody else is calling in. Oh, it says Obama. Hold on.
I'm trying my best. Wait, keep calling. This is Obama. Ah, shit, wait. I can't shift now. Hold on, wait, hold on. Hold on, wait a minute, hold on.
Oh, God, I was just dying in real life.
We called for hope. We called for change.
Oh, God.
We called for crypto to pump. And Jerome Powell.
Yo, I literally almost just died.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not joking.
It's tough to transition, bro. Shit.
Bro,
fuck.
This is Obama.
It's time for change. And if there's one thing we're going to do, we're going to bring back crypto in the United States. And we're going to have the best crypto market that we've ever seen. There's a shifting balance of risks that may warrant adjusting policy. That's what Jerome Powell said. And to me, that sounds like the Fed is preparing for a September rate cut. So let's send this thing to the damn moon. All right, I'm done.
Oh, thank God. I literally almost just died, guys. I'm not joking. Like, right when he transitioned to Obama, I took a step, and then, dude, I almost fucking, oh my God. I almost lost consciousness for real, guys. Pray for him.
Is Trump going to speak today or what? What's happening? I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Bro,
that does not translate well in fucking spaces, bro. I'll tell you that.
It's like Michael Jackson at the Super Bowl when he popped up on the stage and he just held that sizzle for like a whole fucking minute. And they're like, "Don't do a goddamn thing till I touch my glasses, motherfucker." And he had all of America, all the football saying, "What's Michael Jackson doing?" Until he touches his glasses. That's all that's happening, bro.
You ever watched the video? You ever watched the video behind that, CK Cardano? So he's supposed to touch his glasses immediately, and he has an earpiece in so he can hear the people because it's the Super Bowl. So every minute it's a couple $1 million. So he's just standing there burning money, and there's people in his ear like, "Michael, touch the glass, Michael, go watch the video. You can go on YouTube and find it. Like, Michael, it's time, Michael, and he's just standing there, dude. He's standing there. Michael Jackson is the greatest entertainer of all time. I was actually watching Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal, 1997 live last night, and Jesus Christ. I understand why people fucking fainted, dude. If I was at a Michael Jackson concert, I'm on the ground. That's okay, I get it. People fainted, I get it, dude. That dude was fucking on fire.
You remember Moonwalker, right? You see that movie, Moonwalker?
Oh, dude, Moonwalker on VHS. Don't get me
That's what I'm
started.
saying.
When this dude turned into a robot and I had to pause the VHS because I was scared as a kid, bruh.
Back in
Bro, and
2019.
the Home Alone guy talking about drugs and shit. That shit's so Sesame Street. I'm gonna make you do drugs. And Michael's like, no, I'm finna dance this bitch out of here. And then he turns into a car, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy because the Smooth Criminal video actually comes from that movie.
I was highly skeptical of Bitcoin back in 2019. Highly skeptical. I was highly skeptical. I called it not money. It was a highly volatile asset. And there was a lot of illicit activity, a lot of illegal things going on with Bitcoin back then. A lot of illegal things. But I've changed my tune. And I'm the first ever crypto president. The first ever. There will never be another crypto president. And I pledge to make crypto capital of the world right here in America.
Oh yeah, it's crazy because people reach out all the time and say, "Hey, we wanna work with Zach Humphries, and we heard about the Breakfast Club. What's that all about?" And then they
Come on in and listen. Come on in and check it out.
Listen, and it's fucking Zach pretending to be Trump and Obama. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, it's working, dude.
100%. It's about the vibe. You want to be hanging out with the people that you'd want to be hanging out with around the table. While at the same time, we're learning about crypto markets. We're learning about international policy. We got our friends like Mutasco coming up, chopping up all the new technology in the space, and we do it right here, bro.
Dude, CK, we gotta talk about Snack, because Snack looks like it's just going to send. Snack looks so fucking
What's it
good
doing
right
today, actually? I haven't looked at it today.
It's up 10%. It's at 150 on the It's at 150. It's at like 380 million dollar market cap. It looks phenomenal. That chart is probably one of the best charts of crypto right now.
I agree. I think what we're going to see is a lot of people are realizing now that the Night token is a Cardano native asset, and that what's going to run on the Midnight network is the Dust token. So for folks that don't know, you know how when you use Ethereum, you consume Ethereum. When you use Bitcoin, you consume Bitcoin. Well, the Midnight network, not only is it granting privacy for Bitcoin, XRP, Solana, Ethereum, basically all the blockchains, but the native token Night generates automatically a secondary token called Dust. So if you have, let's say, 1,000 Night tokens sitting in a wallet, it will natively generate in a secondary address. This is part of that the privacy special sauce. So you generate this Dust token, which is the fuel for the system, the gas token, and you can point where that dust is generated anywhere you want. And the more Night you have, the more dust you generate, right? So for instance, let's say, hey, I believe, OnlyFans content creators can do their thing. I'm gonna just have 1,000 Night chilling in my wallet, pointed at this content creator's address for transaction fees, and boom. Now I'm helping them monetize their content, and I'm getting a cut of the revenue flow. So there's just so much coming. So when we see that Night is a native asset for Cardano, and that means all these tier 1 listings, it's not a coincidence that SNEC knocked out 3 major listings last week, and we got a couple more coming. So for folks that weren't aware, we got listed on HTX Global. We're on crypto.com, and now we're on KuCoin, and then we're on Kraken. So those are the four big ones. And again, we got more to come. Now, why were those relationships able to be established? Because those folks all know that Midnight Network has been doing a lot of strategic relationships. If you notice, Brave browser, we're now integrated. Cardano's integrated in the Brave browser, but Brave also gets part of this Night airdrop. All of which is to say, the crouching tiger hidden come up in the Cardano ecosystem. I think the same way that Ethereum, 4 years ago, whatever, when they had their big their big come up where people realized, oh shit, there's Ethereum and all these layer 2s and all these native tokens and assets. We're about to have that with Cardano, because I think Night is gonna open that door. And we're seeing SNEC, because of its fat liquidity, all these tier 1s are like, well, bro, they already got the liquidity cooking. We know that Night has a lot of money behind it, but SNEC's already kind of there at the party. So if the powers that be know that Night goes live around Halloween, let's say, why wait if you've got SNEC already there and you've already got your code lined up to support the Cardano native assets? So basically, Paid, one of the things that I think the crypto natives or the Cardano natives are going to really be beneficiaries of is one, we've got a lot of Bitcoin smart contract functionality going live in the next couple weeks. We're gonna have Bitcoin perpetuals live on Strike Cardano before the end of summer. So I think the end of this year is gonna be a crypto learning, oh shit, I can unlock my Bitcoin on Cardano. And then we're going to see all these folks start like discovering Cardano native assets because now they're available in Binance and KuCoin and all and Crypto.com and all these major whatever. And so the major projects that are currently building on Cardano, when all of those assets are suddenly much more easily accessible, you know, just that reduction of friction to participation. Amen, bro. So when you look at the distribution of SNEC, you look at the fact that it is a meme coin, you look at the fact that it does have crazy number of holders. You look at the fact that it is literally the year of the snake in Asian countries, and that runs through, I think, February 17th or some shit is when it like ends according to their calendars and whatnot. I mean, it's crazy, bro. The stuff lining up for SNEC. So I'm right there with you, bro. I think $1 billion is where the game begins. I think 1 penny. We used to always talk about, you know, SNEC to a penny. But then we talk about, you know, SNEC to a penny, but we needed a rhyme, so we aimed a little higher. Now it's SNEC to a dime situation. So I think that that's definitely, you know, SNEC between a penny and 7 cents to a dime is there. And we'll see, bro. But we finna make this money. And a lot of people are sleeping on the fact that, oh shit, Night is going to be a Trojan horse for all of Cardano because people still don't know that it's a Cardano native asset. So basically, it's like ADA with privacy. And there's 45 billion ADA. There's only 24 billion Night. So we get that nice hard cap supply. We get privacy. We get a built-in secondary gas token, bro. I mean, there's so much cool special sauce built in that I think as people just understand what all this is, and they see these Cardano native assets like SNEC, like probably Iagon, we start seeing these 10, 20, 30% candles in a day. And people are going to go, what is this? But then suddenly they're going to go to their apps, their crypto.com and whatnot, and they're going to see those Cardano assets that for the last several years, I mean, that's been another one of the big advantages of Ethereum and Solana is you just have access to it, right? Like people don't want to do the over the river and through the woods, right? It's like, I want to see it in my Binance or get out of here. And this, you know, we're going to see at the end of this year, Cardano assets right there on Binance and whatnot. So 100%, bro. SNEC is going to fly for sure.
Yeah.
Yo.
Last night I actually switched on my. Oh, sorry.
No, just real quick. I'm gonna run upstairs real quick. Supposedly he's speaking at 12:30. So 5 minutes. I'm gonna run upstairs, grab a drink real quick. The stream, everything's still rocking and rolling. I'm just gonna leave my mic. I'll be right back though, guys. Supposedly it's gonna be in 5 minutes. Go ahead, Ty. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say last night when SNEC was like quite down from where it is like right now, you know, I actually switched on my ADA to that because I really do believe like the top meme coins, if you invest into like Lofi or SNEC, which are my two biggest meme coin holdings right now, I feel like it's basically in a sense investing into like ADA basically or SUI. That's how I look at it. So I'm actually quite happy that I did that. So
I think that was a great move, bro. And I think you're 100% correct. I mean, when you look at how well integrated just Cardano native assets are, it really is a very well you know, they're fucking dope, bro. And when you look at how easy it is with that liquidity, because SNEC, I mean, what's crazy, bro, SNEC literally has the deepest liquidity of any Cardano native asset, including like our stables. Like we now have, I think we broke over $10 million in USDM and ANZs, which is our two of our fiat-backed stable coins. But all of which is to say, yeah, bro, if you're trading and you see like, yeah, SNEC is up 10%, all of these other assets, so many other assets, like if you make a real big bag in SNEC, there isn't sufficient liquidity for you to be able to lock those profits in from your SNEC bag to your ADA bag and the stables, whatever you're doing. And so yeah, like to me, that very much is the play in the ADA ecosystem. Is there's enough liquidity in SNEC to where you can actually like trade that the arbitrage that exists between SNEC's, you know, SNEC's multiples that it hits relative to ADA. So yeah, like when ADA has a 2% day, SNEC's probably at a 5, 7, 10% day. So, you know, and with that fat liquidity, if you get that 10% day on SNEC and a 2% day on ADA, but you went like 100% into SNEC, you can slowly basically like sip your profits, right? So maybe, you know, you have a big day in SNEC, SNEC does 10%, ADA does 2%, then take 5% of your SNEC bag, roll it back to ADA. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth until you kind of do that balance. And yeah, man. So SNEC is a huge play on the multiples that you can get in Cardano. And I think just, keeping an eye on when the markets are really hot and really irrational, because you can get those crazy come-ups, but they correct quick as well. But yeah, like there is definitely a way to get a bag of like 1,000 ADA and turn that into 10,000 very, very quickly with something like SNEC. Just being patient and kind of understanding, how that works. Because yeah, if ADA's doing really well, SNEC is doing really, really well. So yeah, bro, it's exciting.
Oh man, I'm ready for this. Ready for this speech, guys. What the hell? I had to get something to eat. I haven't eaten anything in like a while. I got a protein bar, got my coffee, iced coffee. Ready to rock and roll here.
What's he gonna tell us, Zach?
I don't know, man. I really don't. I mean, I think it's gonna be kind of like, if I had to guess, I think it's gonna be kind of like a combination of a lot of stuff. That's my guess. So, stuff that's hot right now, tariff stuff, I can see that. I can see the whole safety DC thing coming up. Maybe like peace and some of the wars coming up.
Bullish.
And then he's also going to announce that he's establishing a VeChain crypto reserve.
That's fucking bait. Zach, don't do that to me.
Hey, I own some VeChain. I wouldn't be mad about that.
No, don't fucking do that, Zach. I think VeChain's in there, man. Hold up.
You know what's my low-key, like, revitalize the economy, like the bootstrap using crypto situation? Get this, bro. What if Amazon and Walmart said for the next 30 to 60 days, all of our employees of Walmart and Amazon can opt to get 10% of their paycheck in Litecoin, right? And then after 30, 60 days, all of these folks that only have like, that 10% of the paycheck is like $120, $130, right? After that 30, 60 days, everybody at Walmart has 3 or 4 Litecoin. And then what do? Walmart accepts Litecoin. Boom! Now you have the largest company in the world directly paying people that need fucking houses. So that's why all these people are getting spooked by socialists, because they're like, oh, the socialist in New York's getting these kids that are poor angry. It's like, yeah, bro, we got to not do this. So I'm just trying to tell you, we can use free market economy and real, sound monetary instruments. Because Zach, bro, suddenly if you did that, you are directly paying the people that need to have a come up. And then you're using free market economics, right? Because if Walmart suddenly accepted Litecoin, bro, that bitch is $10,000 before 6 months is up. It's crazy, especially when you look at the daily volume of Walmart alone. So I can't wait. Like if the president started announcing shit like that, me and the greatest leaders across this country are going to start accepting Litecoin for deposits. You can opt in for 10% of your paycheck in Litecoin and Bitcoin and Cardano. And then when we flip the script on this bitch, and we start accepting these, because fuck the dollar, let that burn, we're all going to get rich, bitch, unless you're ignorant like a maxi. Then you're proper fucked, but you'll learn, or you'll work for someone else. Haha, to freedom, right? You know what I mean? I don't know who the fuck that was. That was actually my boy. Shout out to Cardano Mad Boo.
See, at least you make an effort, bro. Pate will sit there and tell you that you're...
bro.
Yeah, he'll sit there and tell you that your impression's bad, but, easy for him to say.
Obama. I'm trying to tell you about what's going to happen with these taxes. This is Obama. Zach, that shit was so funny, bro. But yeah, man, could you imagine, though, seriously, like, Walmart could single-handedly, if they did some shit like that, I mean, I really believe in the heroes to villains recipe. Like, for instance, the oil industry. Like, there's so many of these folks that have, like, big bags of money, where if we really do figure out how can we use the free market to get the money to the people? Because, like, bro, that's one thing that Elizabeth Warren, I think she's so ridiculous. Like, she's like, well, we can't blow up the Wall Street and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, actually, Elizabeth, we kind of do need to do that, because that's only helping 1% of the country, while the rest of us goes, we don't give a fuck if Wall Street's doing good because we can't pay rent. So it's like, in a way, we do want it to blow up, Elizabeth, because we need to get do that without saying, hey, you're too rich, let's give it to these people that don't have enough. But it's like, bro, let's get these people that are working for these employers like Walmart, like Amazon, etc., and let's give these folks away. Like, bro, if we gave Walmart a tax incentive to pay their employees in cryptocurrency assets relative to fiat, and again, those of us that have the requisite background, we understand the supply and demand, fundamentally stronger economic model that you get when you have 21 million Bitcoin, 84 million Litecoin, so on and so forth. So it's like if this administration really did meet with these business leaders and said, how do we do this? How do we incorporate more sound monetary instruments into how we're paying the people, the workers of America, and so that we can use our creative, the what we do here in America, our creative capacity, to actually enrich this country again. So it's like, bro, I think that in like a perfect utopian world, what if that happened in this speech, right? Like, what if he did ring all those bells? He starts talking about, freedom all over the place, international trade in Bitcoin, and then like, if you're a small business in America doing business in cryptocurrency, we're going to give you, a 0% tax situation, and, like, man, there are so many ways where he could literally light this market on fire in a way that gets everybody involved bullish as fuck. Like, even folks like internationally that are feeling salty about tariffs, if he paves the way and says, hey, or let's play some Bitcoin. Let's all go into a fairer economic system. Because that's the thing, right? Like, if we're doing our international trade in dollars, we kind of can fuck everybody because we have the printer, right? Because of like we do all of our deals and then we print double the money and then we just change the game. So it's like, no matter what the ink on the page says, if we're doing our deals in dollars, one of us can disadvantage the other parties. Whereas when we're doing deals in Bitcoin or Litecoin or Cardano or any asset that is a hard cap supply, that's globally validated, well, then you actually succeed or fail commensurate with your free market success. So if you're actually building businesses that are valid, that are making money, that are profitable, you're going to win. But what's really great with something like a Bitcoin or a Litecoin or, again, any of these assets with that hard cap supply, you don't have people that are able to pull the inflation option to disadvantage, folks. It's like crazy to see how much, the dollar losing 11% of its value this year alone. And we've got Berkshire Hathaway sitting on $347 billion of cash. So it's like, man, to see all the ways that these institutional players are lining up. And I mean, could you imagine if Walmart did that? Like, Walmart accepts Litecoin, but they low-key said, hey, all these greeters and shit, we know we don't really pay you enough, so what we're going to do, we're going to make sure everybody here has 4 or 5 Litecoin before we flip the switch, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to make sure that Litecoin bag that you have gets fat as fuck, And then, so, yeah, just keep working your, at Walmart, And then, because that's, like, the predominant employer in the country, you literally, like, grassroots up, use free market economics, people punching that clock and doing good work, but now you're paying them in an honest money that allows them not only to participate in the plenty of Walmart, their employer, but everyone that's doing business denominated in Bitcoin. When our boy Grant Cardone's out there locking in billion-dollar deals in real estate, that enriches the small mom-and-pop coffee shop in Iowa getting profit in Bitcoin and whatnot. I'm sorry, is the president speaking?
CK, you get out of my brain right now. You stop your repetitive memory practices that you're trying to place into my brain. I rebuke you trying to repeat yourself 28 times to make me remember what you're trying to tell everyone. Amen, bro. It's like ba-da-da-da-da. How many McDonald's commercials have you seen? Y'all, I'm right. Isn't it crazy? Yeah, but we got to repeat ourselves out here because that's what marketing is, and it takes some time. But, bro, I appreciate you too, man. But it is wild when you think like free market solutions that we have, if all players involved really say, how do we create a situation that truly empowers the American people? Like, I was kind of tripping, and I think about this sometimes. There was an interview that was released, I think it was this morning, with Senator Lummis and some other woman, and they were talking about upcoming crypto policy as it relates to, like, the whole per diem, where they're talking about $300 a day, no taxes, and not getting taxed when for mining Bitcoin or staking and all this. And I'm like, that's cool, but then, stepping back, I am reminded how it's like, it is kind of wild that it's a bunch of these, like, 60 and 70-year-olds that are having these conversations, and it's like, we're the people out here in these rooms, and it's kind of funny, like, how
the way the legislation that we get that gets discussed has a lot of like fuckery baked in. And I'm just like, and I'm not trying to like throw any shade at Loomis. Like I appreciate her because she's fighting the freedom fight. But I'm just thinking about how like there are better ways to do this just in general. Like for me, the render unto Caesar approach to me truly does make the most sense. Which is basically, right, for folks that don't know, in the Bible, folks ask Jesus, hey man, we get a lot of static from Caesar, right, the man, the government, the powers that be, and they're saying, hey, you got to worry about, taxes and doing stuff for the state and whatnot. And they're like, bro, but we really like what you're talking about eternity, salvation, good stuff with God. Like, how do we split this difference, right? And Jesus is like, well, bro, if Caesar's asking you to pay taxes and that's not messing up your salvation stuff, then don't trip, man. Give Caesar what's Caesar's, give God what's God's, and we're going to be all good. So when we, like, to me, because that's in a taxation sort of context in which it's discussed, I think we can apply that in this way. If I am trading between, say, Bitcoin or Litecoin or SNEC on Maya Protocol or Leodex or Thorchain or whatnot, that has nothing to do with the great business that's going on in America. That might be some meme project that I'm doing with a bunch of friends. So in a way, that's kind of like freedom land. I'm not doing that in America. I'm not doing that in China. That is the international community of free, fair flow ideas and value creation together. Now, when I want to pay my rent or when I want to go shop at Trader Joe's, as we see, there's going to be a very robust and healthy stablecoin situation. So when I take that, $2,000, $3,000, say $4,000 for expenses for the month to pay the rent, get the groceries done, I would gladly render unto Caesar. When I go from this freedom, when really it doesn't belong to any country here, what we're doing on the blockchain has nothing to do even with a US dollar. But when I stable up and I go to that regulated fiat-backed stablecoin, now I'm entering Caesar's land. And I would be happy whether I'm cashing out $1,000 or $1 million to go ahead and whether it's 3%, 5%, I think that's a fair conversation to be had with the suits, but I really think that would be the recipe to freedom for me, is that it's 0% capital gains when you're in freedom land that doesn't belong to any nation, and then $1,000 per DM with any crypto as cash, just because, that's just what it is. And then, the render unto Caesar is the 3 to 5% flat tax if you go from your crypto to a fiat-backed, regulated stablecoin. Because that, when I'm entering, the U.S., asset, the dollar, fine. Take your 3 to 5%. It's just, I wish that there was more folks like us that were at these tables having these conversations. Because if you think about it, anything is fair game. A legislator, right? They're supposed to be proposing legislation. They're supposed to say, hey, my people, my constituents, how would you want to be governed? What is policy that speaks to you? What is policy that would advantage you? And I think when we look at these opportunities we have in the crypto space, having sensible policy like that doesn't pay a lot of the fucking legacy players, because that's still, I think, what we have baked in a lot with the whole Citizens United money in politics is a lot of the legislation we get proposed. It's got a lot of that backroom deal stuff kind of paid off, like, ooh, there's this relationship here, there, the other, which is really just a general observation about like the ways that we can get our legislation better by getting more of us into office. But yeah, bro, I'm bullish that these conversations are happening. And man, hopefully we get some of these flat tax stablecoin approaches, because if we got that, bro, suddenly freedom becomes accessible for a lot of people. Because then, bro, you can have $50, at the end of every month. And if you've got that freedom land and then the ability to, do your thing and then render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, bro, I think that becomes a very hopeful situation for everyone in America, in the world. So yeah, bro, bullish.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Trump here, by the way. He was supposed to speak at noon, then I heard 12:30, and so I don't know what's going on. So as we await that, we'll break in with that when we have it. Alex has joined us. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, I don't have a ton of time, and I know I'm kind of intruding on the space, but I just wanted to just let people know. People are super misinterpreting what Powell said. I listened to it, and then I read the speech twice to make sure I understood exactly what was going on. People are definitely wrong about what he said. And I'm writing about it right now on my newsletter. There's a lot of opportunity in what he said because people are misinterpreting it, but just know that he's not claiming that September is when there's going to be a drop. Like, he's not even saying, people don't understand exactly what he said. I'm not really sure. It sounds like one reporter jumped on this idea that, like the jobs are dropping, but that is not even at all what he said. Like, he said that, the labor markets are loosening, but also like, the supply is loosening. Part of that is because of immigration, so it's being kept in balance. So I don't really know what is happening here, but enjoy the pump. I just wanted to just run in on this really quickly and just be like, what the fuck? Did we all hear different speeches or something? Or I don't know what's happening here, but I'm reading the reports. I'm looking at, all of the people who are quoting literally the same lines. Did they look at, are they citing lines that I'm not seeing? Are they interpreting them differently? They're literally just pulling lines out of context. So, look, you got to read this stuff from the source and understand what these things actually mean. He's not trying to be cryptic. He just speaks economist, and he assumes people understand what he's saying. What he's actually doing is speaking economist to economic reporters who should be trained in economic language and interpret that to everyone else. Unfortunately, those journalists either didn't understand what he was saying, or they're not trained, or they had to go to print too quickly, or I'm not sure what's going on. But the way it works is economists, financial analysts, whatever it is, or political analysts, or whatever it is, they speak to reporters who are supposed to be trained in that particular field and understand that language and interpret that to people who read that information and are not trained in that language. So they interpret that information in more common language, like what I do, right? Interpreting complex, lingo-driven speech to people who don't use that every day, right? And there's apparently a bunch of people who cribbed off the wrong person. So this seems to be happening more and more, and it's super frustrating. Because it's like a bunch of people, like the reporters are supposed to be people who worked in the field, but are just really good at explaining things, or people who are former journalists, or who are journalists who are, former press secretaries or things like that, who are getting paid because of they get paid more if you're like a specialty reporter. You get paid more because you understand more complex material, but I don't really know how it works in the field right now. So I'm not sure what is happening here, but everybody's like, yay, money, money, money. And it's going to be another one of these where, remember, 2 weeks ago, we had the markets 100% saying that the rates were going to be cut on Wednesday. And I put a post out, but I've been saying for weeks, there's no way, none of the signs point to rates being cut. So I'm not sure what the market's looking at, or are they using Ouija boards now, or are they going to X now? Which, God, we should all be scared if they're going into spaces and what should we do? Because then we're all screwed. But I'm just saying, I don't know what's happening now, but look, use it as an opportunity. But that's not what he said. So,
Alex, do you think it's because he changed his tune so much from the Fed minutes on Wednesday to now? It was all doom and gloom. It's not even really changing tune. He's literally all this was looking at the employment market, and here's what the data showed, and that's literally what he said is, first, what he said is, we talked about what our stance was post 2020. And what we were doing was focusing heavily on making sure that we had to get to this
2%, and then making sure that there was this absolute line regarding, like, should there be an absolute maximum in terms of employment? Should there be an absolute minimum regarding, inflation? Do we have to keep these absolute pegs? And should we try to keep our, should we put inflation rates down to near zero in the short, or interest rates down to near zero in order to move economies? And what was the impact when we did that? We assumed that, trying to foment economic growth would result in short-term inflation, but that did not turn out to be the case. And we had to use pretty extreme austerity, which was very high interest rates, in order to bring that inflation rate back. So what he's talking about here is he's saying we're clarifying our language by saying things like, look, there isn't really a maximum employment rate. We're not going to say if this percent of people are employed, we're going to start adding an interest rate, right? We're going to start increasing the interest rate. We're not going to say the economy is too hot necessarily. We're going to look at other factors. That's one of the things that they're saying is, like, we before we had this idea that there was a like a maximal employment rate, and when it got to that level, then prices were definitely going to increase, and we had to start increasing interest rates. We're not going to say that absolutely has to happen anymore. The other thing is we are absolutely going to keep pegs and what he calls anchoring. We're going to keep anchors in our interest rates because that is the thing that made sure that we were constantly keeping the data in our heads when we were looking at whether or not we should keep interest rates moving up or down or keeping them stable. And that allowed us to very aggressively bring interest under control, or bring inflation under control when it was out of hand globally. So they thought anchoring was a very important thing. What they talked about with the labor rate was the only thing, and I mentioned this when in my writing, is that the only thing with the labor rate is that the labor rate looks like it's softening. But if you look at the data, so the labor numbers don't look bad. Now look, I hate the numbers that they look at, but the labor numbers don't look bad. The only thing is the 4-week numbers look like they're beginning to soften. But here's the other thing. The supply is softening because of the crackdown on immigration. So what he's saying is there's a balance, right? So even though there's, a softening in the market, there's also a softening. There's a softening in demand, but there's also a softening in supply. So he can't say anything one way or the other. It's too soon. There's uncertainty. With respect to prices, he said we're starting to see prices increase, and it's clear that inflation is on the rise. But he says it's a one-time thing, but we don't know if it's going to be all at once, how long it's going to be in the system, and how much it's going to impact the system. There's too much uncertainty to tell. So right now, it's hard to plan how much inflation is going to come into the system, so you can't account for it. So that's what he said in this particular thing, is that really with the job numbers don't really show any huge impact, but the inflation numbers do. So that's what he said.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens now. Trump is getting ready to talk. Nobody has any idea what this is going to be about.
It's going to be about Cook, I bet.
Yeah, and
it's probably going to be like, he's probably going to say that, oh, Powell is so optimistic for he's finally seeing things my way, which he's not. He reiterated. So Trump said that it's a bad idea for the Fed to focus only on data, and Powell said we exclusively focus on data, and intend to remain that way. That was in the speech. So he's clearly saying we're not doing what you're doing. So Cook right now is under fire because he wants to stack the Fed with people who are going to drop the interest rate, because we saw that in the last vote, 2 governors voted for a lowered interest rate. And so he's like, well, I can just stack it with more people who are going to vote for a reduced interest rate. So he's putting pressure on what he thinks might be weak links, and he wants to get people out of there. So that's probably, you know, what he's probably going to address Cook, and then how this is probably in his favor. I don't, that's what I imagine it's going to be on.
Appreciate you as always, Alex. Make sure you give Alex a follow, everyone, too, if you haven't already. Mutasco, I see your hand up, too. And I will just jump in if we get Trumps to start talking here. I'll jump in with it live for us right here. We're live on YouTube, X, Rumble. We're all over the place right now. So pretty awesome turnout. Thank you to everybody for being with us. Over 28 people listening live across a bunch of the live channels and then the space itself. So appreciate
Can I just
everybody.
say, like, please follow the Damn Scare Report on Substack. That's where I am, and that's where I write about all this stuff. So you can always see, like, I write about basically anything that is that affects the stock, crypto, or bond markets, and it's all clear and easy to understand.
Hell yeah. Definitely go show Alex some love there and give her a follow. Check out her great work. Mutasco, what do you got? Mutasco, you there?
Hey, oh no, I was gonna comment on what Alex just said. If you go back and there's this saying that don't focus on what they should do, but what will they do? And I think that it looks like Jerome Powell is like an employee with a 2 weeks notice or whatever. They're out, and regardless of, just based on what we're hearing from Trump, he's gonna get his way somehow. So I think the market is believing that what is Trump gonna do, right? To what you said, I've read some of your stuff. It's important to, I think what I'm looking at is I've heard him say, and if you've been listening to his last FOMC talks, the point on unemployment was always kind of not clear. This is the first time I've heard him actually acknowledging that there's some downside risk on employment. And so they did say that, you know, and this is the speech today, he was specifically saying that he's not clearly saying we're gonna, you know, we recognize this as an impact, but we're gonna cautiously watch. But looking at this from now until May, this is his last Jackson Hole speech, right? So I just think the market is reading it as like, what is Trump gonna do? What is his influence gonna do in the market? And we're just gonna pump it, and whatever comes later, is what I'm guessing. I'm gonna hold my bags and wait.
I mean, I don't think that that's an an unsafe assumption. I mean, here's the thing that I always think about, and this is all fact, right? Like I don't have a bias one way or the other, right? I kind of uniformly hate everybody, so I'm kind of like neutral. So the TikTok thing. So the TikTok rule, I read the whole law and analyzed it all over the place, all, you know, publicly, privately, whatever. The rule said that there was no possible extension except for deals by other than by the president for deals that were in progress and had documents signed. Trump delayed the deal, and there's no rule within the law for the president to make deals, right? The president is not there to make deals. The president can delay the deal for, I think it was like, 90 to 120 days, whatever, to allow a deal to complete. But otherwise, they should have been banned January, whatever it was, 11th or something like that, right? That's when they should have been kicked out. But instead, Trump decides that he wants to delay it, even though there is zero deal on the table. No one says anything. The law clearly says he does not have this power. He is supposed to kick this company out. And everybody has prepared for it. People are selling their phones that have TikTok on it, like for multiples. And what happens? Nothing. Who decides to sue under this law, like to kick them out or whatever? Nobody. Nothing happens. Now, Trump is cherry picking who gets the, TikTok, US TikTok. Who gets this, right? He has no ability to do that under the law. Zero. He has no role in this under the law. Zero. But he's taken it and nobody is going against him. That's how things are working right now. He's like, I feel like doing this, and nobody stops him. I don't really understand it, to be honest, why nobody has some inclination to say, you're not allowed to do this. This is illegal. This is executive overreach. Why everybody used that phrase every other second under Biden's administration, but it doesn't leave anyone's lips under Trump's. It's still bad, right? Executive overreach is still bad. Why is it not bad when it's Trump, but it's terrible if it's Biden? It's terrible under both. Executive overreach is bad. Congressional overreach is bad. Legislating from the bench is bad. We need to make sure all of our institutions stay in their lane. But we're letting the president decide whatever law they want to be executed on, however they want to be executed. We're letting the president do whatever they want. And I don't really understand why that's something that we're saying is okay when it's Trump, but it's definitely not okay when it's Biden. Definitely not okay when it's like a Democrat. Like, it's equally bad. Like, I just don't understand this. But this is what's happening right now. Everybody shuts the fuck up when it's Trump. But can you imagine if this were Biden, who was like, yeah, I don't want you. I'm just going to go after one of the people at the Fed. The Fed is one of the most important institutions. I don't really care what anybody thinks about it. It's literally the source of our power because it's the independence of our dollar. And the dollar is the thing that keeps us in business. Right now, that and our institutions keep us in business. So that's the thing that, like, why we're in reserves all over the world. And the reason people take our reserves is because of the independence of the Fed. The minute people start suspecting the Fed is no longer independent, they're selling our bonds. Now, why is that a problem? Because most of our bonds aren't held by us. They were originally when Reagan started this whole, like, don't pay taxes, buy bonds instead, rich people, except for the fact that they sold those bonds and people started buying, all countries and stuff started buying bonds. And so now people that aren't us own our bonds, right? We can't pay them. We can't pay back these bonds. And it's dropping the value of our money, which would be fine if having cheap money was a benefit to us, but it's not, right? We're not a cheap economy. Having cheaper dollars isn't going to make us a manufacturing economy, right? We're never going to get cheap enough to compete with, like, Thailand or Indonesia or, one of the other manufacturing companies or countries. We're not going to get that cheap. That's not our forte anyway. We're a technology country. Like, we're a knowledge economy. It's too late. We're a knowledge economy. That's what we export. Most of the money that comes from all the stuff that's manufactured in China, most of that money comes back to us, right? Because what's not included in those trade numbers is services. And what's the main part of services? IP, intellectual property. We're not buying soy sauce from China. I say this all the time. We're buying stuff that we ordered from China, right? Like Disney orders Disney princess dresses from them. And when they sell those Disney princess dresses, the majority of the money goes to Disney, right? It doesn't go to China, it goes to Disney. A little bit of that money goes to China. Most of that money goes to Disney. So it's not like we're ordering a bunch of stuff from China and the money is going to China. Most of the money from the stuff that we order from China goes to us. So we're still getting all the money from the manufacturing people, from the manufacturing companies, because we're a knowledge country. That's how IP works. We're getting all that money back. It's just not accounted for in those trade numbers because those trade numbers don't actually account for services. I actually got to go because I'm a little bit late. Anyway, hopefully that was helpful. Sorry, I get a little hot about this kind of stuff. It's not a political thing. It's just it's a money thing. I just want all my money accounted for all the time. It's an I'm greedy thing.
Alex, we're not gonna fight what they should do. I think Kenneth Rogoff said it in The Age of Inflation. I think the Fed independence is a meme. That's how I read from reading his script titled The Age of Inflation. So to your point, I wish we could do that, but it doesn't look like it. And I think Trump is just gonna get his way until the political wave shifts. Until that, I think I'm just gonna go with what he will do. And that's probably what could help my back.
No, ride those bags, man. But know that when the that people will figure it out, right? So just know, right? Just keep that knowledge in mind and use it to your advantage. All right, I gotta go. But anyway, thank you for letting me hop on this. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for stopping by. Clifford, go ahead. Clifford, you there? We are still... Oh, wait, hold on. I think we have something here, guys. Hold on. We got something here.
What do you think? Hey, Brian. Thank you very much. We have a very big announcement to make today. You all know Johnny. He came all the way from Italy, the beautiful country of Italy, to be with us. And he just got off the plane, and he's a hardworking guy, does a phenomenal job with FIFA. Nobody like him. I'm delighted to welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino back to the White House for a major announcement about one of the most anticipated competitions in all of sports, the 2026, and this is a big deal, I'll tell you, I was so happy to get it, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And it's going to be the World Cup as we know it. It's the biggest, probably the biggest event in sports, I guess, Johnny, right?
Yeah.
On December 5th of this year, the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw will take place at the Kennedy Center. Some people refer to it as the Trump Kennedy Center, but we're not prepared to do that quite yet, maybe in a week or so. Right here in Washington, D.C. It's a tremendous honor to bring the global event and this incredible group of people and these unbelievable athletes, the best athletes in the world, to the cultural center of our nation's capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C., we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years. Zero, it sounds like it's a horrible thing to say, but I might as well say it. Zero murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened. If you can believe it, how pathetic that is to have to even say it. And I'm tired of listening to these people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be run. The numbers were horrible. It was a crime-infested rat hole. And they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them, too. And we've made a lot of progress. And it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually no crime. The number was down 87%, and I'm trying to figure out where was the 13% because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police. And they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually, but they have some great people there. And the Washington, D.C. is a whole different place. And Johnny, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that too, actually.
Oh, yes.
But it's a whole different place. People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again. That was the other thing I saw numbers. That restaurant business is down in the last week. No. Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant. Just really lying people. And that's why people don't understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19% favorable on what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country, so sick, actually. So Washington, D.C. is really doing unbelievably well. And the Kennedy Center that we're fixing, I was just there all morning with contractors. We're making it unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. It's got great bones, but it needs a lot of work. The World Cup draw will set up the group stage of competition. 48 teams will play in 104 games across 16 North American cities, from Seattle to Vancouver to Atlanta to Miami. It's going to be so exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events. This will be one of the greatest events, one of the largest. In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice. You don't have to worry about walking down the street, Johnny, okay?
Thank you.
But you can handle yourself.
I could.
Already, FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home, and they think the 6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President. What do you think? Sir. Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center. Yep. And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold, but this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk renovated, brought out by the White House. People that do this, they did a great job to send it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office when I took over. And now, if you look at all those paintings, you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years. And now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls. And I can't imagine anybody changing it, but they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually. Works very hard, and he's got the biggest event in the world coming right here to the United States. And we did a little for Canada, we did a little for Mexico. We thought, see, I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada, see how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the final draw of the FIFA World Cup on the 5th of December here in the capital, in the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. at 12 noon sharp. It will be broadcast live all over the world. 1 billion viewers will watch it, and it will determine, of course, the match schedule, which 48 participating teams will play. You said it, 104 matches in 1 month, 104 Super Bowls. It's not just the biggest, the greatest event, not just a sports event, it's a social event as well, with a lot of emotion. We are uniting the world, Mr. President, uniting the world here in America, and we are very proud of that. And those teams, those national teams who will come here to participate in this draw with their coaches, with their presidents, they will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because this is for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you. Well, you can bring it to the World Cup.
We're not keeping it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I think.
This is what we waited for.
Until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So 6 billion viewers for the World Cup, 6 million coming to the matches.
Well, if it's worth anything, Ethereum's over 4,800 and moonshotting right now, so maybe it's working.
85,000 jobs. This will be absolutely fantastic. The biggest
Keep
event
talking about the World
ever.
Cup.
And everything will start here in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center, or the Trump Kennedy Center.
XRP ripping. Crazy.
5th of December, noon sharp.
XRP at 308.
Will they be doing most of the draws?
ETH
all of the draws?
4821. Bitcoin
Yes.
pushing up near 117
Kennedy Center
again.
will do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, with the sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole
Did it cut out? Hold on. The heck?
play a game, so they didn't lose the other game. So they are good. They all think they can become world.
Hold on. Some kind of the feed cut out.
It was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
Oh, the crime was getting worse. I mean, I was robbed. It was getting way worse. Yeah.
How did the other guy come out?
Well, he came out with a briefcase, unfortunately. Robert 1, Brian 0.
Now, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20-year reduction of crime? It's worse. It was worse during the Biden administration than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total safety, we have total security. And for the border, in 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year we had millions of people coming in. And they came in from the wrong locations. They came in, a lot of people that shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
Yeah.
You can take her to dinner if you can get a reservation, which I doubt.
They're all full in the restaurants.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants aren't good. The restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere on earth. So, I really am honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job working with the police. And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with, and I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they're including the people in this audience. They'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, thank God he's here, because half of them got mugged, and they don't want to get mugged again. But they're, they work for
Chicago
left.
is a mess.
They work for stupid people that are radical left, and they're made to do things and say things that they don't want to be saying. But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just want to say Johnny's been my friend for a long time. He's an incredible guy, and we will lay out the red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched has always worked out, and he's working with me on the Kennedy Center. And his very good friend was an actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And I assume he's helping us a little bit, right?
Yes.
Come on, ETH.
Andrew, you're all excited
Push,
about
baby.
it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America, the greatness and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President, your leadership, obviously, with FIFA leading the way, this is the largest sporting event in the history of the world under the Trump administration. So very excited.
I just want to say one thing. Andrew Giuliani, so his father is Rudy, the greatest mayor in the history of New York, I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Dash, everybody. They've proven your father 100% correct. His father was treated so unfairly. Your father has been 100% correct. And
48, 25, bro.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's been amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair. Nasty. These are bad people. Mr. Vice President, would you like to say something?
Well, sure, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup. Just to echo something the President said about crime in Washington, D.C., this is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world, and we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in...
So we were right about the crime part.
Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we have broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the Resolute desk. What we have shown, and just under...
What if he's just like, and before we send it off for the weekend, Ethereum to the fucking moon.
You've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3%...
Been streaming for over 5 hours.
Just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified, and I know there's a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head.
Trying to go about my day here.
I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs, but it's true. It's amazing.
Oh, Jesus. Getting a phone call.
Now, there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time. But this was every night we'd get reports of people being mugged and kidnapped. There's one woman on television last night. She had a badly busted up nose. And she said, well, I like our streets the way they used to be. And she thinks it's going to happen like by doing nothing. And they said, what happened to your nose? She got slugged by a guy walking down the street, slugged. The nose will never be the same, I guarantee you, unless it takes a pretty good turn. She wasn't anything really for us. She said, well, maybe something has to happen before this happens. If I find slug, I'm putting money right now. And I don't think she'll ever be the same. She almost became, she was a half a Trump fan, a woman that would have never been a Trump fan, but she was hit hard. It's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. But then we're going to beautify the city. That's where I was today. And going down. We're going to beautify the city like it has it. And we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest construction company in Chicago. And in Chicago, New York.
Yeah, talk about
Washington.
building stuff or something.
And the head of Clark is great. He's
Crypto
all over
capital of the world.
Actually, but Washington, I would say, is their home. That's where they do the best work, the biggest work. And they're doing they've been doing a fantastic job. So you're going to have a fantastic, clean, beautiful place. It's going to be better than it ever was before. Literally better than it ever was before. To get it done very quickly. And I want to thank Clark because they're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations, but they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really do the job right. And Johnny, did you want to say something?
Yes, one more thing, because as you rightly say, you know, with security and beautifying cities and the whole country, we want people to come and enjoy and have fun. And that's why this is not just the most iconic trophy in the world of sport, but we start on the 10th of September, the sale of tickets for the FIFA World Cup. And we have the first ticket here for the final.
Wow.
For you.
Oh, good. That's cool. Wow.
It's, of course, row 1, seat 1. It's ticket number 547. And it's for the final in New York, New Jersey. And so you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September, start getting your tickets.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
6.5, 7 million tickets. Fans will enjoy the security here. Will be fantastic.
You're going to do record business, I think.
100%.
Christy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, millions of people will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their travel documents, their visas, that they want to come here and spend their money and enjoy this sporting event. It'll be the largest event in the world. And sir, you're reminding me of something that my dad used to say all the time when I was growing up. He would say, Christy, you kids need to look like you respect yourself before anybody's going to respect you. And in this country, when people look at our streets, when they look at our capital, you're bringing respect back to this city. And people will respect our country more because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. And what you're doing is transforming this nation by making sure that our laws are upheld. And millions of people are going to come and be able to enjoy it next year. And I'm excited about that. Thank you for doing that.
Well, our country is respected again. And a year ago, we had a dead country. I'm telling you, it was a dead country. It was a country that had lost its way. It was a country that was going to fail. Look, even today, where they say $4 trillion in reductions of deficits, and this was totally unexpected. They didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know where they've been, the people that do this stuff, but it's terrible. I want to thank Christy for another reason. I said to her 2 weeks ago, I said, Christy, do me a favor. I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same wall that the Border Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice, but you wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested
Come on,
everything
ETH.
else. And we gave them steel wall, high-grade steel, very hard to cut. And we gave inside that is 9,000-pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big, fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut, and you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Christy, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening. but I said we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things, and she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Homan and the group. Tom Homan's a fantastic guy, what the job he does and the way they work together. So I turned on last night and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high quality black. You know, it really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is
the
that going
paint
to be
you
a
told us.
two-coat job or a one
No,
coat?
just one coat.
One coat.
We
Good.
used the paint you told me to buy.
Yep. The two-coat will take place in 3 years from now. We'll do the second coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that, because we talked about 7 different subjects. And all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was a beautiful thing to say. Would you like to say something? You've been such a big part of this, please.
Well, just, Mr. President, we're delighted to be here today for this announcement, but we're also looking forward to having with the final.
Oh, yes.
On July
Oh, yes.
19th
No, we'll be
in New York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
A lot of people.
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play in on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, you know, we call it soccer, but I see.
All right, I think that's about it. I'm done listening to FIFA World Cup talk.
My son is a very good athlete.
I'll keep it here just in case. I mean, do you guys want to still listen to this? It's pretty much.
He's 6'9". He's pretty tall.
No, I mean, I think that's all we're gonna get, right?
But no, I may put on shorts. I'm extremely good in shorts.
He's talking about how he's gonna put on shorts and go play. I think that's our cue. Ethereum's 8482, so still pumping. Man, we're close to setting those all-time highs. 1.34% away.
I swear to God, if anybody comes to these spaces and say we're rumbling, I'm gonna spit on them. If you can listen to this, guys, listen. What are we listening to right now, guys? Just kidding.
Open your eyes.
I can't believe Ethereum just crossed 600 billion. Like, I have my money in this ecosystem. Okay, that's what works for me. So let's talk about that. Okay. Anything else? F 'em.
Yo, Mutasa came up on bags so fucking big, he's spitting on people. He said, "You fucking."
I'm doing backflips right now.
He's doing backflips on fucking lions. He said, "You peasants, I'm the king of fucking Ghana." Let's fucking go.
It pays to wait in the village. It pays to wait. It really pays to wait. What an amazing day. It's gonna correct, but it's fine. I love it. I love seeing ETH do this, man. And then somehow they figure out a distraction, keep us away from just focusing on the chats for the first time.
Connection, looks like connection was lost.
Oh, connection was lost.
Oh, guys, a great
Zach,
space
are
today.
you enjoying this?
I'm loving it, man.
Are
I'm
you
just
busy with the chats?
no, I'm loving it. It's just I gotta go do some other things. I've been here for 5 hours. This Trump thing kind of was a nothing burger, but that's fine. Markets are still moving. No, but loving it, man. Love the price action. I guess we'll shut it down for the week. We'll be back. Maybe a pop-up space during the weekend. Who knows? Especially if things really pop off and we get some big news or something. But no matter what, we'll be back Monday. Enjoy it. Another great week.
Do a pop-up space.
Yeah, I think we might. We'll see. We'll see what's cooking. So, Again, appreciate everybody on the live streams all across the board today. Thank you guys so much for listening. Have a fantastic weekend. Hopefully we're coming back Monday talking about all-time highs across the board with some altcoins. That'd be awesome. So appreciate you guys. Thanks again. Have a good weekend. Bye.